All about you and your skates. The stride, the feel, the glide, the power, the performance. Why trust your skates to a grinding machine, or even worse, a tournament parent in a parking lot? At Aligned Custom Skate Performance in Sherwood Park, the art of skate fitting and sharpening is customized to the athlete.
Aligned Custom Skate Performance, where precision meets passion. Oh.
Visit AlignedSkate.com to learn more.
Imagine being the difference in a young person's life. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, we create life-changing friendships. Visit bigbrothersbigsisters.ca today to donate or volunteer. Your involvement can shape a future.
Sports 1440. Stingray radio station. CKJR. Broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Most everyone standing here at Rogers Center. Another 2-2 pitch. Hit to deep right field. It's carried.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Mobley sets the screen. Harden back to Mobley. Corner to Mitchell. Fakes. Sidestep. Three-pointer. It's good. Donovan Mitchell. Huge three-pointer. His first of the game. He was 0 for 7 on the turnover. Strus comes up with it. Inside to Mitchell. Banks it hard. And the Cavs go up by 7.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Can't get the shot. Nature's at the other end. Nature's getting ready to shoot. Serious.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul 666. Ooh, the number of the beast. Thursday, May the 14th. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive, heading into work or whatever on a really gloomy, ugly day in Edmonton. And it's going to be like this for about, a few days until we turn the corner sometime around the long weekend on Sunday or Monday, but it's not the best temperatures with clouds and rain and just really poor temperatures moving forward, which is similar to what is not officially official because the team hasn't announced it, have they? But Ryan Rishaug posted on social media at 6 this morning that the Oilers have relieved Chris Knoblauch of his coaching duties. So isn't it fitting that, this would come out at 6 in the morning and it's not official by the team, but when you compare it of how the Toronto Maple Leafs handled Craig Berube, and at least their GM, Chayka, decides to put out, a notice, a release that they've relieved their head coach. This comes from Ryan Rishaug, who covers the team to a T for TSN. Mark Spectre followed that up. I don't know how long later, saying that this happened last night, which was quite obvious, is it not, that the Oilers fire Chris Knoblauch. But again, nothing official from the team, no word yet from their end. And again, this just, isn't it fitting how this finally comes to an end after Frank Saravalli broke this on Tuesday morning at 6:45 about the Oilers trying to have a conversation and trying to be in discussion with Bruce Cassidy. So you get to where we are now on a Thursday, and 48 hours later, this is how it goes down. So will the Oilers have some sort of an announcement today? Who knows with this organization. But when you think about it again, announced on Twitter at 6 in the morning by Ryan Rishaug. And good on Schauger. It's all good. But again, just handled poorly once again by this organization. So, and the hits just keep coming, do they not? We'll get to that, what happened last night in Colorado. But, welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial. You can also watch us on YouTube on Sports 1440 AM. Drop us a like, a subscription. We would appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. As always, we're streaming on iHeartRadio, the TuneIn app, even sports14.ca. And if you miss any part of the show, well, find it where all the podcasts hang out on Google, Apple, Spotify, even Amazon. Please subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. Text will be coming in 833-401-1440. Even right now, BC Oiler, I'll get to yours right off the hop. The sloppy manner in which this Knoblauch firing was done is only part of the embarrassment. Giving a coach a 3-year contract extension and then firing him before those 3 years have even begun makes you look completely incompetent. As I said, the hits just keep coming for this organization. A player that they should have never traded, Brett Kulak, is off to another Western Conference final after scoring in overtime for the Colorado Avalanche last night, and good on the Avs. They were down 3-0. They make a goalie change. Blackwood gets the pull after 3 goals that he gave up. Wedgwood comes in and he shuts the door, and they were relentless. I mean, the Wild tried everything to stop, to slow, to deter them, but it was just to no avail. And this team is deep, it's fast, it's hard, it's hungry, and Colorado wins the series 4-1. I mean, to have a 3-0 lead, this is the one where, if Minnesota doesn't lock this one down, they're not winning this series. And how about again? So Brett Kulak, he's the overtime hero. The last time that the Colorado Avalanche closed out a series in overtime on home ice was 18 years ago in 2008. Guess who scored the overtime winner for Colorado? Ryan Smith. So 18 years later, another Oiler that, again, shouldn't have been traded in Brett Kulak in the deal for Tristan Jarry and a second-round pick. He is off to another conference final, his 5th in, 6 years. So congratulations to Brett Kulak. So just regarding the Chris Knoblauch situation, and just to go over that again. So at 6 a.m, basically Ryan Rishaug sends out a post, a note saying, well, here it is. It's done, and you've been relieved, or he's been relieved of his duties. So again, this wouldn't have happened at 6 a.m. It would have happened last night. So the Oilers sit on it, and I don't know why it took them after the announcement of Frank Saravalli about Bruce Cassidy. I'm not sure why it took them the 48 hours for it to come out, but that'll be something that gets asked for or asked about here in the time to come. And now when you look at this, and Bruce Cassidy, Elliot Friedman reported yesterday that there are options now. I mean, Toronto's an option. But Bruce Cassidy apparently has told Elliot Friedman that Edmonton would be his number one option. So we'll see what happens in the next few days. But I don't think many people can say that they approve of how this was handled. Let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne, 708. I got to say, Duke, first of all, to our listeners, about, 6:30 or so, I hear this sound coming down the hallway, and I go, what the hell is that? Well, the Duke's on crutches, and he blew his knee out playing slow pitch last night. And Duke, he comes in, he's into work, no problem. Most guys would never be able to do it, but the Duke is here. How are you feeling?
There's
Duke?
only one thing worse than hurting yourself playing slow pitch, Kevin, and that's not showing up to work after hurting yourself playing slow pitch. So listen, you never feel like a bigger loser. Hey, it wasn't doing something hard or anything. It's just nonchalant, little bit of get my feet tangled up essentially type thing. And yeah, it didn't feel very good. And I'm pretty nervous about what the official diagnosis could be if I end up going to see a doctor at some point or another. But the knee is very sore. Had some pretty good movement in it. Felt a couple pops when the incident occurred. It's very swollen, as one would expect. Here this morning,
we might have to get the video evidence somehow.
So no one really on the team saw it. I was out in center field, kind of coming in, fielded a ground ball, and turned to throw it in, and just planted my left foot, and like I said, kind of felt it bow to the inside about 6 inches, and then pop back to the outside 6 inches, popped again. The only person that saw it was my friend behind the plate. She was playing catcher, and she was not very pleased with the sight. She said it was pretty gruesome. So that's about all I'm going off of right now. But
get some ice on there.
Well, yeah, that was me when I got home last night. It's literally just in time for overtime of the Avalanche Wild game. By the time I got home after the game, and just sat there on the bed with the bag of ice on it.
Oh boy, Duke.
So let's listen. Nobody cares about that. I'm very thankful for this, the official Chris Knoblauch news, because with something
the team hasn't made it official, although Gregor's saying, and I mean, it's obviously common knowledge, common sense.
Yes.
Gregor just posted the Oilers will make it official later this morning.
Okay. So there you go. So we don't have to be searching for somebody to talk about today and really lingering on my own ineptitude as a 31-year-old pathetic excuse of a human being. We could talk about this news instead, even if we've already been talking about it we're going on 3 days now. So that's fine. I'm not pleased with myself. I'm not pleased with the result. I'm hoping it's maybe less serious than I'm initially fearing, for the sake of, playing some more ball this summer, golf, etc. down the line. But as of right now, I'm not feeling very optimistic.
Well, it could be a tough summer for you, Duke. Never mind. It's right knee or left knee?
My left knee.
Oh, Duke, that's your push off for your golf.
That was my quote good knee. My right knee is the one that currently doesn't have an ACL or a meniscus in it. After doing that a second time, so now I'm basically just walking around wobbly legged all the time.
Triple C says, "Oh dang, Duke, too many slow pitch beers."
I wish that was the case. It was in the second inning. I hadn't even got through half of my first one yet. Yeah, just an accident. So it happens. That's sports. Steve from Drumheller texts in, "Good morning, Kevin, daily listener, huge Oilers fan, always will be. Highly disappointed in management. It's embarrassing. They've been piss poor for the last 15 years, management." And he says, "I'd leave if I was McDavid." Heffy texts in, "Good morning, KK. What a game last night. Winning goal at almost 27 minutes of ice time." That's Brett Kulak. Yes, almost 27 minutes of ice time. Now one of the Oilers, this will be the seventh coach McDavid's had since 2015. Coaches may not be the problem here. Talks about what's next for Bowman and Jackson, I guess it is. Have a nice day from Happy. Gregor also in his post sent out the fact that in his 3 seasons as head coach, Edmonton played the most playoff games in the league at 53. And prior to Knoblauch coming, they played 49 in 16 seasons. Again, we've talked this to death, Duke, for 48 hours. I mean, to death for 48 hours. It's sort of into that area where, what more do you say? What more can you say? Like, what are the questions that get asked when they have this announcement? I mean, because I think people want to know how it was handled, why you handled it this way. Again, I mean, you think about how John Chayka comes out in Toronto and says, okay, Craig Berube's gone. This was not and you can talk about the Maple Leafs, every hockey insider saying, well, Berube could be in, he could be out, he might be. Not one of them, not one hockey insider in Toronto reported that Craig Berube was fired by John Chayka. Not one. And what do we get here? We got hockey insiders talking about the Oilers discussing the potential discussions with Bruce Cassidy. We have Ryan Rishaug reporting this morning that it is indeed a done deal. He's fired. What are we doing here? Too bad. BC Oilers says it was supposed to be the summer of Duke. The summer of Duke. Good point. That was what this was trending towards. Everything was supposed to be coming up positive for me. Not off to a great start.
Oh, man.
Me and Chris Knoblauch both, unfortunately.
Jay in Victoria says, you have said it a billion times, but I'm curious, does McDavid and the Oilers know that they need to play defensive game or will they never win a cup? Duke, sorry to hear, man. Start of the year. Stay positive. And again, if you watch, first, look how hard Minnesota played last night to start the game. They were relentless. And they get a goal called back on a hand glove going in from McCarron, but they still get another goal from Nick Foligno, his second. They played as hard as they possibly could. After the first, Colorado said, whoa, man, let's wake up. We got to match this. And they did. And then some. That's been the problem for the Oilers. The intensity and the absolute buy-in from shift to shift to connect those shifts on a consistent basis. And I mean, look how close they got. But in the end, when the chips were down against Florida in the two finals, in games 5 and 6 last year, and then even going back because they battled back hard. Look how hard they battled to get back. And that was so close in 2024. But last year, they didn't have that sustained buy-in as far as everything defensive goes. We've talked about the Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl's play and how, in 2024, what changed? Not changed, but how come they couldn't keep at that level, stay at that level for longer periods of time? And then this year, we didn't see it at all. Never saw it at all because they were they spun their tires the entire season. And we've talked about the monotony of the regular season. It was just the training ground for what happened in the playoffs because they weren't prepared to play in the playoffs after what they did in the regular season. So we'll have much more on this, obviously, as the morning progresses. Apparently, again, at some point, as Gregor pointed out, the Oilers will make it official later this morning, sometime later this morning. Chris Knoblauch, no longer with the club, fired apparently last night. Coming up on the big program, we're going to switch gears, and that's just the way it goes when you book a show. We got Paul Sur. We're going to talk a little basketball coming up right after 7:20. We'll get back to hockey at 7:40. We got Mark Spectre, Frank Saravalli at 8 o'clock and 8:20. Ladislav Schmid a little earlier this Thursday. He's coming in at 8:40. He's got a commitment, so he'll be with us about 8:30 to 10. We got Jake Hahn from Sirius XM NHL Radio at 9 o'clock. We'll do a Cam and Eggs with Tater, and then Bill Hoppy from the Buffalo Hockey Beat covers the Buffalo Sabres. Buffalo tied with Montreal, now a best of 3. Tonight in Buffalo, game number 5. Series 2-2. Also tonight, Vegas can put the boots and put a wrap on Anaheim. Leading that series 3-2, Braden McNabb will not play for Vegas after that one-game suspension handed out yesterday. Should mention, too, Everett beat Prince Albert 5-2 in game number 4 of the Western Hockey League final. It was another great game. Raiders just couldn't buy any luck last night. We'll get to that, too, coming up at 7:40. Talking Jays, basketball, PGA is well underway. Mick Jagger's leading the way at 4 under par after 6 holes. When we come back, Paul Sur from Hoop City on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne. And Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. we make it happen.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
At Metal Supermarkets, they're all about value added. In addition to a warehouse bursting with steel, aluminum, all the good stuff, and cut fast, they offer a ton of value-added services. Metal bending, drilling, punching, notching, welding, and back hair waxing. Oh, sorry, I meant plasma cutting. Anybody seen my glasses? Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for... And value-added options, too, even delivery. Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 7:21 in Edmonton. We're going to take a quick break away from hockey, and we'll probably have more news to report on Chris Knoblauch and his firing last night, apparently, and a little more on the hockey goings a little later in the 7 o'clock hour. Now we want to talk a little basketball with Paul Sur from Hoop City. Good morning, Paul. You're with Kevin Karius. As always, thanks for jumping on.
I'm afraid, Kevin, I can't hear you. I'm going to have to go off and come back on. I can't hear. Sorry.
All right.
I have a technical glitch.
Sounds good. So
you're going to have to give me 2 minutes.
Just fine, but he's going to have to figure that out. And I don't know. Is that your department, Josh Fenwick, or not? I would think that it would be because you and Paul are so extremely tight.
Yeah, normally it is my job to fix whatever technical difficulties me and Paul have. However, he's in his own home right now, so
the funny part of it
I can't fix that.
So he goes, I'm going to have to jump off because I can't hear you. But he started talking right after I stopped talking. Is that luck or what is that?
I think that is luck.
Okay.
Because he can see your face also, on the.
So he's seeing when my lips stopped or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of funny though. Anyway, well, at least Paul's working on the process. Text 833-401-1440. As you can imagine, our text line is smoking hot this morning with the Twitter announcement from Ryan Rishaug at 6 in the morning. Actually, it was 5:58, I believe. At 6 in the morning that the Oilers have relieved, in Rishaug's words, relieved Chris Knoblauch of his duties. And then Mark Spectre followed that up later by saying that he was fired last night, which obviously makes more sense. So they slept on it all night and have yet to send out something official. And again, what's the comparable here? Just 2 days ago with what happened in Toronto, and their GM sends out a release saying that we've parted ways with our head coach. And here you find out about it, and you find out about other things through hockey insiders. There wasn't one hockey insider that reported that Craig Berube was fired. Not one. This was from the team. little different here. How are we making out with Paul, guys? Not bad. Text 833-401-1440. Stair Farmer says, good morning. I hate that they fired Chris. Not his fault that the whole team wasn't playing up to par all year, and they weren't. And again, they just used the regular season as, we just got to get to the playoffs. And it's funny, remember all the lines. Yeah, we don't have an X beside our name. We don't have an X. We just got to get in. Because again, once we get in, well, you know what? We've been to 2 Stanley Cup finals. We know what it takes. But when you flick the switch, and you are a switch flicker, and you do it all year long, what happens? Sometimes the other team doesn't let you flick that switch, do they? That's what happened in the playoffs. Daryl, what does an Oilers coach have to do to keep a job? This should be a highly coveted position, but I wouldn't want it based on how management treats coaches. DS. The Oilers will issue a press release. No way they have a press conference. Too cowardly, apparently. Doug's got such a long one here. Doug texts in, for a long-time fan of the Oilers, I've seen over the years the upper management always promotes the attitude that they're smarter and know more than anybody about hockey operations. That includes how they draft, who they draft, trading down in the draft, coaches, who coaches, how many coaches over the years. My nephew and I were discussing that the Oilers going forward could not make any mistakes or managerial goof-ups in the window of Connor Leon's time here with the Oilers. So what happens? Boom, another Bush League move. I think we got Paul Sur on phone now. Paul, can you hear us now?
I can. Sorry about that.
Oh, good stuff. The only thing about this is now I can't see your pretty face.
I know it is disappointing, isn't it? I'm sure you're devastated, but let's soldier through, please, Kevin.
As I said, the second best looking guy at Sports 1440.
Yes. Everybody else is tied for first.
No, I wasn't going there. Hey, let's start off with a tough or a difficult conversation. And Brandon Clark, a 29-year-old Canadian out of Vancouver, dies 29 years old. I just want to get your thoughts on everything there, Paul, because there's a lot of things that hit home for you here.
Yeah, there is. We don't know the exact cause of death as far as I know yet, but the indicators are it may have been an overdose. May is Mental Health Month, and I would say to our listeners, if you don't think mental health, please think of mental health as something so real and so silent and so surprising. And in the case of losing our son, in the case of Brandon Clark's family, and all the many, many families that are struck by tragedy due to mental health, which so often leads to addiction or bad decision making. When people are struggling, it's such a silent struggle, and so often it's a struggle that people aren't aware of and have no sense of, and society doesn't handle it well. And now we have this shocking news of this young man who I had the privilege of interviewing 3 times early in his career when he went to the NBA, and everybody, of course, as so often is the case, and as we're so familiar with, the people in his circle love him, could say nothing but glowing things about what a fine, wonderful, joyful person he was to be around. And now I know all of our hearts and all of our prayers go to the Clark family, and it is just such a tragedy, such a loss, and also the passing of Jason Collins, the first, I think, standard bearer in terms of coming out as a gay man in the NBA, and he passes away at a very young age from a battle with brain cancer. We get caught up in what we think are important things, and in the moment, I guess they are as it relates to wins, losses, organizations, etc. But there are much bigger issues here, and heart goes out to the Clark family and everyone who knew Brandon.
Well, Paul, I mean, thanks so much for you showing the courage to talk about this, because I can't imagine the difficulties. What kind of player was Brandon Clark? I mean, obviously a first-round draft pick, but just seemed a lot of injuries sort of got him here in the early going.
They did. He wasn't. I think he was the kind of player. He was kind of an odd player in that he really didn't have a specific skill set that you would look at and say, this is his go-to move, or he does this extremely well. He's one of those Swiss Army knife players. Like, he was very bouncy, very, very athletic. And he kind of reminds me of Keldon Johnson from the San Antonio Spurs, the sixth man of the year, who was just an Energizer bunny, as people will call him, like a very large Energizer bunny. But you have a guy like Brandon, who you love to have on your team, but because he fills so many gaps and holes in your team's play, with him doing all of the little things, hustle plays, blocking shots, offensive rebounds, running down 50-50 balls, and then scoring around the basket primarily. But he's one of those role player guys that you just have to have, and you want to have, because if most of his career was spent coming off the bench, but he would come in and immediately impact the game with his energy and athleticism. And so, like I said, it's like having that valuable tool in your tool belt. And when you go to this guy, he's going to go into the game and he's going to make some stuff happen. Mm-hmm. And he did that throughout his career.
Paul Sur with us from Hoop City. Well, let's talk about that game last night in Cleveland. Man, the Cavs to win in overtime and beat Detroit to take a series lead, 117-113. What'd you see as the keys for the Cavs' victory last night, Paul?
Well, what has been, I think, the big question mark regarding the Cavs has been answered somewhat, and I'm very happy for James Harden because he has taken so much heat, deservedly so in many cases, over his career about his performances in clutch games as a playoff series would go on. And last night, I would say it was James Harden who was primarily responsible for that comeback. When you also have to ask the question always, and I'm sure JB Bickerstaff and his coaching staff are asking the question of, man, how did we let that one slip away? How can we have a 9-point lead with under 3 minutes to go and find a way to lose? Which in the NBA, with the three, with all that can happen so quickly, a lead is never safe. And that was certainly the indicator last night. But I think it was the Cavs were gritty. They reestablished themselves. I think people assumed, oh, here we go again, another Harden mistake. Cleveland brings them in, bets the house, and it's not going to work out again because they bet on the wrong guy in James Harden. But last night, after two pretty solid games by Harden, and of course, Donovan Mitchell has been going off. And down the stretch, Mitchell was not the same Mitchell that he was in games 3 and 4. Down the stretch, he was at the clutch time. So that combination of guard play and then the stiffening up their defense on the backside, great comeback by them. And it's going to be interesting to see how Detroit responds, because the Cavs are undefeated at home during the playoffs. They play extremely well in their comfort zone at home. So it's going to be real interesting when they go to Game 6.
Paul Sur from Hoop City with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. What about Evan Mobley and the type of game that he's starting to play? And we saw last night. And I think you mentioned, this, Paul, going into the series about, the big guys in Mobley and Duran, how that matchup would sort of play out. What did you see there last night?
Well, Mobley's definitely the better player. He certainly has been in this series. I think Duran, he's had a great year, a breakout year, but he hasn't had a breakout series. And Mobley has developed over the course of his career more versatility in his offensive game, along with his outstanding defensive abilities. And I thought, again, that anchoring of defense on the backside, bothering Duran and the bigs from Detroit, he's been really, really effective. It's kind of interesting to see the Cavaliers coming together, and it's that product of vision that that management will have in any team, and we certainly know that here in Edmonton.
Yeah.
When you make a gamble and you put pieces together, it's all with the intent and the hope that these pieces are going to eventually figure it out and learn how to fit, play off each other, and play with each other in clutch situations. And Mobley, to your point, Kevin, has really started to come into his own as a force, and certainly throughout the series, but down the stretch last night, he certainly was all of that.
Is that because, Paul, you're starting to get, you played against the same guys, same group that are on the floor for 5 games. And sometimes, no matter what sport you're talking about, especially hockey and basketball, when you're playing a 7-game series, you're going to see a guy, face to face for, 10 days. Is he one of those guys that goes, okay, as the series progresses, I'm going to get stronger because I am XXX better than the guy I'm going up against?
I think that's a great to be honest, that's a great observation. You've played, you know what it's like to go against people game in and game out. And it isn't easy, but what motivates you in those situations, like you said, is that assertion of your belief in yourself, and all the work that you put in, as the saying goes, trust your training, that this is what you've been working for. But now it's prime time. The spotlight's on you. This is your opportunity. And they don't come along very often, and there are no guarantees season to season. So when you're in the moment, you have to be able to rise to the challenge. And I think in a player like Mobley, that's what we're seeing. And that's the growth. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but with Wembanyama. But that's the growth that you literally see before your eyes as a sports fan when players start to figure it out and start to come into their own and assert themselves and become the player that oftentimes people see the potential in, but many times is never realized. And so much of it, as the saying goes, a lot of people use different percentages, but so much of sport is mental. That there's a lot of, and here's the example, there's a lot of people that can run, jump, and shoot and do all kinds of things in the NBA, but there aren't a lot that are champions. And that mental growth, that mental belief, and that coming together of all of those factors are what are going to turn a player into an impact player. And I think that's what we're seeing with Mobley.
We'll carry that thought process through with Victor Wembanyama. And it's too bad there's no game tonight. We got to wait till tomorrow for game number 6 of that series. But just maybe carry that thought process of what you were speaking to, with the Cavs moving through with the Spurs here, Paul.
Well, the other night I had a special night. I was down in the Twin Cities, and I got together with a group of my buddies who I played basketball against and with, and are still my best friends. And we met at McGovern's right by the XL Center in downtown St. Paul, and got together and watched the Spurs and the Wolves play. And in amongst all the lies and stories that we told about how good we were when we were playing against and with each other, we were just marveling at Wembanyama. And the image that I come up with Wemby is we're literally seeing a 7'5" butterfly emerge from the cocoon of, my gosh, he's just getting so much more comfortable. And his skill set, which is talked about often, but when you see it on display in the critical moments, especially coming off as a very young player with the misfortune, if you want to call it that, the other night of the decision he made when he threw the elbow, got ejected in Game 4, giving the Wolves life, being the critical factor on why they were able to win Game 4 and take it back to San Antonio, tied 2-2. But Wemby the other night was just magnificent. Changes so many shots. His offensive array are just unparalleled, unprecedented. And plus, he's a great guy. Like, he's a great teammate, obviously. But I would take an extension further. How much fun are the San Antonio Spurs to watch play? Like, they're just such a team that of pieces, again, using that term, pieces that just fit together so well and do so many different things and play off each other so well. But when you have a generational talent like Wemby in the middle, everybody else looks like they're comfortable in their own skin too, playing off him, and we've got a real good team unfolding before our eyes.
Anything I'm missing here, Paul, as we close things up here that you wanted to mention that I may have not brought up?
Well, the Toronto Tempo WNBA team got their first win last night, which is great. Neat to see an expansion team, especially Canada's expansion team, get a win. Stingers lost, had a bad loss in game 1 to Winnipeg. That's should have won. So it'll be interesting how the Stingers respond to that when they go into their second game. But other than that, we've got 2 great series coming up with a couple of game 6s that are going to be very, very interesting. So basketball, still entertaining.
And too bad there wasn't a game tonight. Would like to see that Spurs game tonight. That's
same here. Absolutely, Kevin.
Paul, thanks so much for sharing. And again, we started in the courage that you when you talk about your son Ben and then Brandon Clark. I mean, it's all about support too. And maybe you want to close out on something like that.
At the end of every show that I do, I'm committed to, and I know it's a bit uncomfortable for listeners at times, but I'm committed to honoring my son because of the person he was and the struggles that he had. But I'm committed to what Ben displayed throughout his life is he was always kindest to those who needed it the most and who were the least understood in their lives. Like, we can't walk a mile in someone else's shoes. We don't know what they're going through. So we have to think the best of others, and also be sensitive that when they display behavior that isn't what you would call socially acceptable or maybe aberrant or whatever it is, but we don't know what they're going through. So don't think the worst, think the best, and think of how we can help, and to always think about being kind to each other, because that goes a long way with people, particularly if they're struggling. And then we just hope that when people are struggling, that they don't do something like that, like Brandon Clark may have done, and my son Ben did. And when you lose them, it's the most impossible hole in your soul to fill, and you'll never fill it. So, be kind to each other. Think the best of each other.
Paul, thanks so much for sharing. As always, have a great show on Saturday, and all the very best. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks so much, Kevin.
Yeah, Paul Sur, Hoop City. You hear him every Saturday right here. Longest running show in Canadian basketball in the medium, 10 to 12, right here in Sports 1440 with Josh Fenwick. We'll take a quick break. We'll get to some of your texts, and there's a lot of them roaring in for sure. And again, the soup du jour is Chris Knoblauch again. So we'll see what happens when the Oilers make it official. It's been reported all morning long by several insiders, etc. But that's the focus going to be today. And then moving forward until this torn out page of the Oilers book comes to an end. Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Looking for a solid 4x4 that checks all the boxes? The 2026 Jeep Compass is in stock now at St. Albert Dodge, and this is a great value, starting from just $36,900. It's a Jeep, so you've got 4x4 capability, plus features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, active lane management, a park view rear backup camera, and more. Over 30 in stock right now in just about every color you'd want. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Divorce is never easy, but Fairway Divorce Solutions can help.
Their clear step-by-step process addressed all our issues, and we moved through the process quickly.
Fairway didn't take sides. They saved us money and heartache.
My ex, the kids, and I feel like we'll all be okay.
At Fairway Divorce Solutions, trained mediators and in-house lawyers will move your divorce process forward in a professional and efficient manner to achieve a fair resolution and separation agreement. Visit fairwaydivorce.com.
Hear that? That's your entry calling. Go Auto is sending you to the biggest football event in the world, live in Vancouver, with tickets, flights, and a hotel stay for two. To enter the contest, just text GAME to 780-777-7777. That's GAME to 780 all sevens. Go Auto, get in the game.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
From the first pitch to the final out. Catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Real protection starts from the ground up. Timberland Pro Boondock Boots provide industrial-grade protection and legendary durability. Their new BOA series give you unmatched fit and performance coupled with all-day anti-fatigue comfort. Find the largest selection of Timberland Boondock BOAs at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
Welcome back to Nissan Head to Head. Rogas showing up with an unbelievable estimated highway range of up to 800 kilometers per tank. Some of the other guys are stepping up now with yet another fuel stop. Some wins are really obvious.
Qualifying owners can lease a Nissan Rogue-S for the equivalent of $99 weekly at 0% for 36 months, $430 monthly. Offer includes $1,100 Nissan bonus and 0.4% loyalty rate reduction. Conditions apply. Visit Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 748 in Edmonton. The Duke with his BA song. Does that have something to do with the news this morning, Duke? Is that a little...
Well, I thought of the Rolodex that we have at our disposal here. That one may be the most fitting.
Maybe. What do I call this team? What have I called this team, Duke, for a couple of years now?
Switch Flickers?
Switch Flickers,
or
yeah.
Switch Flippers.
Switch Flickers.
Which one's been your preference?
Well, Switch Flickers.
Right.
But sometimes I mix them up.
Yeah.
Right? And
the good news is they are synonyms. So
Switch Flickers, yes. Now, Danny Matthews has texted in listening in BC, and I'm sorry, Danny, but I'm stealing this line from you. I am stealing this line from you, and I hope maybe I got to give you a little bit of a penny every time I use it, like Jerry Seinfeld with the super terrific happy hour. Danny texts in and says, the more times you flip a switch, the faster the light bulb burns out. What do you think, Duke? Is that part 2 of the Switch Flickers? I like it, though. iMac texts in, only Chris hearing anyone else? Well, for one thing, like what coach gets fired and then they bring another coach in and the staff is retained? Never. So you can bet that Stewart, McFarlane, I mean, I don't know about the goaltending coach, Peter Aubry, but all the guys on the bench, you would bet Paul Coffey, obviously, I mean, he will stay within the organization with some capacity. Who knows? Maybe Paul Coffey turns into the next president of hockey operations. I've said many times that, because of his relationship with Daryl Cates and where the organization is going family-wise, if you want to talk about that Paul Coffey is like an alternate board of governor, and he's that high up the list here. He's always going to be an advisor to Daryl until he doesn't want to be. I think I've known Paul long enough to say that without asking him to his face, but I would say that I think that would be correct. 833-401-1440. Our buddy Brian Desjardins says, good morning, KK. A man has lost his job for getting his team to 3 playoffs and 2 Stanley Cup finals. Disrespect shown to him in today's sports culture. It's just win, win, win. Can you imagine having this type of success in the decade of darkness? Imagine the Maple Leaf Sabres, what they've gone through. What happens once the Oilers win a cup? Do they have the culture to keep it together? That's why I like what the Elks are doing with Morris, Hervey, and Killam. And fair comment. Duke, a lot of people are very concerned about your knee on the text line.
Yeah, I don't know about very many.
Well,
there's a few.
There's a lot.
And I appreciate the sentiments, but yeah, I just don't know.
Well, you got to get that checked today.
Probably not today.
Well, at the PGA Championship at Aronimink, it's a 4-way tie for first. Shoffley, Smith, Jagger, and Cawley now, all at 3 under par. Your buddy Koepka just putting for birdie on 5. He's at 1 under now too, Duke. So there you go. He started on the back though, I guess. News Rep Detroit texts in at 833-401-1440. Hey, KK, if they are cleaning the house, I don't think Chris and some coaches should be the only ones out looking at the deals made in the last few years by upper management should also show their incompetence. If the team is worse from the time they came in, then they should be gone as well. There are many people feeling your same sentiments. NST. Watch the Everett PA game again, Duke, after the overtime goal. And actually, I watched a lot of it because it was perfectly staggered. 5-2 Everett wins it. Raiders got Daxon Rudolph and Brandon Grzinski back. He scored the first goal. Didn't matter. I thought Rudolph was a little off last night, got caught on a rush that resulted in a penalty in the power play. Raiders didn't get a whole lot of luck last night. They had 2 goals. The goals shouldn't have been counted. Let's be clear. These aren't goals that should have been counted. A quick whistle on one, and then the second one, the net was off and could have been goalie interference as well. But they didn't receive a whole lot of luck, and game number 5 goes tomorrow, and Everett is just a hell of a team. Absolutely hell of a team. You know what? We were talking, Duke, about all the connections. I saw another one last night. Ryland Gould scored a goal for Everett. His dad, Steve Gould, the curler. Remember old curler that played with who was it, Jeff Stoughton? Yeah. There's so many neat storylines. Anyway, and then the best thing that happened last night was the Blue Jays and Dalton Varsho hitting the grand slam in the 10th inning in extra innings. Jays come back to beat Tampa Bay 5-3, and boy, did they need this win. Varsho, that's the 5th time there's in Jays history a walk-off slam. There's a guy named Steve Pierce who did it about 10 years ago in the span of a week. Did it twice about 10 years ago. Dylan Cease was remarkable again last night, going 7 innings. The Jays just don't score for him, unfortunately, and that was how it was with guys like Gosman at the start of the year. Day off today, that's what this team needs. But you go into this break, you won a game, you couldn't have won it in better fashion, and now they reset, and this was the first time that they beat Tampa Bay. They lost 5 straight to Tampa Bay, but now you go in and have a day off, and then you go to Detroit, and then you go to Yankee Stadium for 4. This is a tough part of the schedule. They got to have a bit of a turnaround right now. They're 9.5 back of the Rays in the American League East Division. As you can imagine, tons of text at 833-401-1440. Jerry says, season ticket holder here. I think they fired the wrong guy. They should have fired the general manager. Dallas says also, make no mistake, the Oilers went to 2 cup finals basically because 3 players went on generational point per game performances and got them to the cup. I highly doubt a coach is going to have those type of players in his next job. We'll see what happens. Brian also says to you, Duke, hey, Duke, there's also lawn bowling.
I don't know. I honestly, at this point, I'm not sure what is left for me.
Not much.
Not much. I was maybe thinking about once the mall gets going here, heading down and renting one of those little animal things you can ride around on, like almost like an impromptu rascal scooter. And that's how I was going to get around the studio today. But in the meantime, I'm still just kept to hobbling.
Old hop along on crutches. Well, Duke.
Well, crutch singular.
Yes, crutch.
And it's here.
So
Here is more of a mental support than anything.
Where'd you get the crutch from,
Kevin? What are you talking about?
I know.
I have a pretty prolific history of knee injuries. These things are in the closet all the time. They're always there, just waiting for me.
Come on now, really? Well, if you got another one, why didn't you use 2?
I don't like the encumbrance. Like I said, it's not like I can't walk. It's not like my leg fell off. It's just incredibly sore and stiff and painful. Not a lot of pressure with it. So just one crutch to help, alleviate some of the pressure.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Mark Spectre from Rogers Sportsnet, Frank Saravalli, Victory Plus TV to follow. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Breaking news from just over an hour ago, first reported by TSN's Ryan Rashog. Edmonton Oilers have relieved head coach Chris Knoblauch of his duties after just under 3 full seasons with the team. Knoblauch went to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals before losing in the first round to Anaheim earlier this spring. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Colorado will erase a 3-0 deficit, come back and win 4-3 in overtime. Brett Kulak with the game winner advances Colorado through to the Western Conference Final in 5 games. In case you missed it, yesterday, Vegas Golden Knights defenseman Braden McNabb has been suspended 1 playoff game for his interference penalty against the Anaheim Ducks' Ryan Poehling. McNabb received a 5-minute major end-of-game misconduct on the play. Ryan Poehling left and did not return. WHL playoff action last night. Everett wins Game 4 5-2 to open up a 3-1 series lead. And in the association lone playoff game last night, James Harden going off for 30 points propels the Cavaliers to a comeback victory, 117-113 in overtime to take a 3-2 series lead over Detroit. And in the WNBA, Toronto Temple pick up their first win in franchise history, 86-73 over Seattle. Over in the majors, the Blue Jays get a heroic effort in the bottom of the 10th from Dalton Varsho. Hits a walk-off grand slam to give them a 5-3 victory over Tampa Bay. They'll be off today. Elsewhere on the majors yesterday, the Yankees blanked by Baltimore 7-0. Boston beat Philly 3-1. And the Seattle Mariners, they fall to Houston 4-3. NFL offseason news, Miami Dolphins extending running back Devon Achane on a 4-year deal, carrying a total price tag of $64 million. And from the PGA Championship down outside Philadelphia, currently 3-way tie atop the leaderboard, Stephen Jagger, Cameron Smith, and Bud Cauley all at 3 under par. Coming up in hour 2, the Kevin Karius Show will be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spectre, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV, and our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18+ to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Good to go. With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. MortgagesToGo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly, guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say, I'm good to go.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
I'm Rick Showers from Knoblauch RV, and I want to give you something for free. A free roof assessment on your used RV. And remember, basically every RV is a used RV.
What do I get for my free roof assessment, Rick?
Well, Bob, we're going to climb up on top of your RV and take a good detailed look at your roof. Check all the joints, connections, and seals. Then we'll give you a written report so you know exactly what's going on up there. You should do this at least twice a year.
You're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart, Rick?
Cards on the table, Bob. About 1 in 10 RVs we see have something wrong with the roof. If yours is one of them, then yes, we're going to offer to sell you a repair. But we'd rather do a small repair when your leak is small than sell you a big, expensive repair when it's so bad you can see it from the inside. And you don't have to accept our offer to fix it. It really is free either way. So come by Noble RV and know for sure.
And that's Noble.
NobleRV.ca.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 802 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here. And time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Spring's here. Well, maybe it doesn't feel like it today. But before you do anything, stop in and see the folks at Northgate Buick GMC and see the brand new Autoplex. It's a massive indoor sales room, only at northgategm.com, as we welcome in Mark Spectre from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
What's going on? Lots to talk about today, I see.
Spec, it's been the same for 3 shows now. and again, nothing official from the Oilers yet.
Well, no, but it's done. We expect some type of a press conference at some point today, and whether it be in person or on Zoom, I don't know. But it's a done deal. Chris Knoblauch was let go last night. Everybody found out about it at about 5 a.m. this morning. And that's where we sit. I think this was everyone in town predicted this. This is no one's surprised this morning that we're talking about this news being official, even though it's not completely official.
Totally fair. And again, we said it was basically unofficially official Tuesday at 7:00 and 8:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
When you came on, because we said, well, you can't walk this back. So I have no idea what this availability will be like today. As you say, maybe it's going to be a Zoom. I have no clue. How do you think Oilers management feels today after the last 48 hours?
Yeah, they shouldn't feel great about what happened here. Yeah. And they're veteran guys. Like, we're as a media group, we'll ask tough questions. And I think you're part of this. I think we all show up and don't shy away from asking a hard question. But I understand that guys get hired and fired in hockey, and that's just part of the business. We've obviously seen it here a lot. But I don't think anyone feels like there's any need to treat a good man like Chris Knoblauch with that much disrespect. I think his time ended here in a very disrespectful fashion. I'm sure he was embarrassed. He's walking around the streets of Edmonton and everyone knows he's been fired, but no one's told him yet. It's hard on, he's got kids in the community. He's got a wife, Autumn, and it's just not right. Like this, you could have done it so much more cleanly than the Oilers did. It's not like no one's ever fired a coach before. It's not like there's not a well-known pattern and succession for how things go.
Yeah.
During the season, you go out and find a coach and then you fire your coach. During the off season, you fire your coach and then you go out and find a coach. And with Vegas still withholding the ability to talk to Cassidy, I mean, how long were they going to wait for this thing? Were they going to wait till the end of the Vegas-Anaheim series and let Chris twist in the wind for another 4 days?
Yeah. I said off the top, think about in Toronto here, Spec. There was not one hockey insider in Toronto that broke the fact that Craig Berube was fired before John Chayka sent out his release. Not one. There was talk, he's okay, Berube. Yeah, you never know. He could be around. He might be around. He might be gone. But nothing like this. Like not, again, just like last night. And again, you and Rashog this morning. Nothing in Toronto. So look how that was handled compared to here. Just even the announcement of the firing.
Yeah. It certainly is what a team wants. A team wants to announce its own news. The Oilers still haven't officially announced this. So, I don't know why they're not sending something out at 5 a.m. this morning, frankly. But whatever, that's not my job. It's funny in Toronto that it was actually a bit of like, this is all inside journalism baseball here. But a bunch of guys who don't get many things wrong got the Berube firing wrong. I heard some very prominent voices telling us that he was going to stay on. No one did break that story. Now it's a little different there. There was a bit of a change in management. Like all of a sudden Tree Living's gone, and all of a sudden, the Keith Pelly takes things over and maybe all your old sources aren't talking anymore because there's a new boss in town. So listen, it's a different situation. I wouldn't say this, Kevin. I wouldn't say the guys in Toronto weren't trying to break the news on the Leafs, and they were trying in Edmonton. I wouldn't say that. But for whatever reason, there was no success there for the journalists. And, we could talk all day about that, but I don't think anyone really cares that much.
Yeah. So Mark Spectre with us on Sports 1440. What's the next step here? And is it, it's two things, I guess. The Oilers announce it and say, this is what our plan is moving forward. We're looking into every guy that's possibly out there. But is the next biggest step the one that we're waiting for too? And as you mentioned, is it for Vegas to say, okay, go ahead, talk to Bruce Cassidy, and that's the next step here? Or what is it in your mind?
Yeah, that is for the Oilers. That's the next step. And I don't know what Vegas is trying to do here. I'm not sure what they're thinking. They might be saying, well, we're busy with our series, so talk to us after, which is really soft.
Yeah.
It's a 30-second conversation or a text. Yes, I give you my permission to talk to him. I know I've had numerous GMs tell me in the playoffs, right? Numerous, that we really don't have much to do in the playoffs. We go to the meeting with the referee supervisor the morning of the game day, and then we kind of hang around. We've built our team. There's no more movement. We're watching hockey like everyone else. And this is, I could think of 10 different GMs that told me that. So any assertion that George McPhee and Kelly McCrimmon in Vegas are too busy with their series to sign off on that's not a fact.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Vegas is thinking. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what game they're playing. My understanding is they have not given yet permission for the Oilers to speak to Cassidy. That's what I am told. So you'd think that has to come to a head at some point here, don't you?
Well, again, to me, that has to be the starting point because, again, this is 48 hours ago where this was reported by Frank Saravalli. Yeah. So, this has been 48 hours, and it would be longer than that, Spec, obviously.
Yeah, like you can't tell me that again. Like, so I'm asking you what, you know, like if the reason, and I've heard this around now a few times, well, they're involved in the playoff series. They'll get to it after that, and that's just that's soft as hell. That doesn't hold any water. Sorry.
Yeah. So if Bruce Cassidy is on this list, who else would be? You know, maybe Bruce Cassidy can't come to terms, doesn't want this. Maybe something else pops up. Maybe the Leafs offer him $8 million a year.
Yeah, there's a few things here. I think the Leafs and the Oilers are looking for different guys. It's kind of ironic. Like, I think the Oilers are looking for a guy like Craig Berube, and the Leafs are looking for a guy like Chris Knoblauch. You know, Edmonton is at the end of their cycle. They believe, and they rightfully believe, like the Oilers are trying to win a Stanley Cup next year. And I know they're getting further away, not closer. You don't have to tell me that, but it's still a realistic opportunity for them to put some stuff together and win a Stanley Cup next year. That it's not completely fantasy. It is for the Leafs. Okay. It's complete fantasy if they think they're going to win a Stanley Cup next year. They're not. They're nowhere close. So the Leafs they don't need a right now coach. They need, and again, with Keith Pelley coming out talking about how it's very analytics are going to drive this organization. They probably want a younger guy. Like Knoblauch is very analytics leaning. And he'd be, to me, I'm not telling you he's the man for the job, but I think they should interview him. I really do. I think that his cerebral approach, just like a player going to his second team, I'll bet you he's 10 times smarter leaving Edmonton than when he got here. So anyway, that's my thoughts for Toronto. And for Edmonton, they need a right now guy. They need a guy that can walk in that room and tell the leadership group, I know how to win. Follow me. I'll make the decisions around here. And you guys just play hockey. And there's no young first-year coach coming out of Denver or wherever he's going to be coming out of that's going to be able to look that leadership group in the eye and say, I'm in charge here. And that's exactly what's needed in the Edmonton dressing room.
So what about, Paul Coffey doesn't want to be a part of this. I know that. He's tired of it. What about, Paul McFarland, we got Mark Stewart, Peter Aubrey. They brought in the skills coach, Connor Allen. All these people are waking up today. Well, actually, probably the last 48 hours going, well, I guess I'm out of here too.
Well, listen, that's life of an assistant coach. When your head coach gets fired, there's a better than 50-50 chance you're out too, right? I don't even know, and I'll have to look into this, the full contract status of all these guys. They all started, a couple of them started last year. They probably signed at least 2 or 3 year deals. So generally the succession is you'd bring in the next coach and you say, do you want some of these guys? And he says, no, thank you. I got my own guys. So that's Kates's bill. This is an expensive fire, $7.5 million over the next 3 years for Knoblauch and some assistant coaches that got to get paid out.
Yeah.
And Cates will spend that money if that's his choice. He owns the team. If he doesn't want to spend it, he won't. If he does, he will. Sounds like he's willing to spend. That's good for Oilers fans. But they need to straighten a couple things, like Paul Coffey, for whom we both have a ton of respect. The whole Paul Coffey situation in this organization has gone a little bit sour for everybody. He was here, he was gone, he came back again. He's very close with the owner. I'm here to tell you, folks, I've been around teams for a long time. When you have a guy who is, quote unquote, very close to the owner and he's hanging around operations and coaches and players and everybody all day, nobody loves that. Nobody loves that. I trust Paul Coffey and I respect Paul Coffey a lot. And he's a valuable coach. He showed it here when he came in. The team got better. But it doesn't work having an envoy of the owner foisted upon a coaching staff that originally didn't want him, and now he's back and now he's around. This happened in the McClellan years here. This ain't working, and it's a sign of a dysfunctional organization. And if I would be advising Daryl Cates, I would advise him to keep his envoys out of the dressing room because it ain't working.
So then, okay, is Stan Bowman safe here? Is Jeff Jackson safe? Is Paul Coffey, can he move into a position that is not GM, but as something higher than that?
I don't know that. I mean, Koff, I don't know. The thing that you love about Koff is he doesn't need the job.
No.
Right? He doesn't need the job. So if it's a job he doesn't like, he'll say, sorry, not for me. I don't know what happens with Paul Coffey. That's less, not inconsequential. It's less consequential. I do not see, I don't think you can do a regime change like Bowman or dislike Bowman. I don't think you can change out a GM at this stage of the Oilers cycle. They got like a year or two left with McDavid. It's not time for a new coach, a new general manager, maybe a new president, new scouts, a new head of amateur, a new head of pro. Like that's what happens when you bring a GM in. They bring in all their own people. And there's a full year, a new system, a new scouting system, a new, I'm not telling you that Bowman's done a great job. In fact, let the record show, Kevin, that anyone who's around this Oilers team, and including you and me and the fans, can tell you that the 2024 team was the best team. Mm-hmm. Bowman and Jackson show up in 2025. They weren't as good the next year. And then in 2026, they were way less good.
Yep.
So this team has declined under Jackson and Bowman. And that's not my opinion. It's fact.
Fact.
Right? Just fact. So that's not a great thing to have on the resume. And Bowman needs to turn this thing around. You said it earlier. They got to hit home runs this offseason.
It's the biggest offseason probably in franchise history.
Well, there's a defenseman out there they might be able to get who scored an OT winner last night. Who's a pretty good player. He's a UFA. Have you ever heard of Brett Kulak?
Hey, Spec, you off the top of the show, I said, because of how this has been handled, and I said, and the hits just keep coming, don't they? Brett Kulak scores the overtime winner, and it's 18 years after Smitty did it on home ice to give Colorado a series clinching victory, and a guy that never should have ever been traded in Brett Kulak, ever should have been traded.
I'll tell you, here's your quiz question today, Kevin. What was the worst part about the Jarry trade? Bringing in Jarry or losing Kulak?
It's the second part, because if you're doing Jarry for Skinner, and when it came down, Spec, I don't, because we were on the air live, we went, okay, this is okay. This is it's a lateral move. And then the second rounder and Kulak came in, and I understand that Kulak had to go because to make the money work, but it was just a bad trade.
Yeah, it was damaging on two fronts. Your goaltending got worse and your defense got worse. And in the end, the Oilers couldn't keep a puck out of their net when it counted. So
and now you're on the hook for double the salary is what you had, and it would have been a free agent.
Yeah,
right?
No, I mean, I don't need to go over how bad that trade was. It was the worst trade made in the National Hockey League this season. So, and Brett Kulak putting the knife in Minnesota last night. You know what? And we know Brett, and like he's just
the last thing he thought about.
Nicest guy you ever met.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who they say, hey, what are you going to do the next few days? He goes, hey, I'm happy we don't have to go to Minnesota. It's my daughter's birthday party.
Exactly.
Dad's going to be home.
Yeah.
He's just, and it's been a tough year, man. He's got two little girls. You're going to move to Pittsburgh in the middle of the season. And then from Pittsburgh, you're going to move to Denver. And 2 months later, like that's hard stuff, man. That's difficult for a guy. And he's a pro. He's just a solid pro. And the Oilers are a worse team without him. There is no arguing that.
As I said to you Tuesday morning and yesterday morning, I'll say it again today. Should be an interesting day, Spec. Have a good one. Unbelievable.
Yep, Kev, I'm sure you'll have plenty of radio to do today. The phone lines will be, or the text lines will be buzzing, my friend.
The tent's not big enough for the circus, Spec. Tent's not big enough for the circus. Thanks, Spec. It's On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet. This truck's for you. When we come back, Frank Saravalli on Victory Plus TV and the Kevin Karius with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
The sun's out, the pavement's warm, and that low rumble of a Harley rolling by? Oh yeah, that's calling your name. This is riding season, and if you've been thinking about a new ride, Harley-Davidson of Edmonton has the one that'll get your heart pumping. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, there's one waiting for you. Whether you're upgrading or just getting started. And while you're there, ask about test rides, because the only way to know is to ride it. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980, or at hdedmonton.com.
Want to invest in Alberta's workforce, fill your talent pipeline, and get funding? Karius, the next generation, connects employers with motivated, pre-vetted youth through funded internships. Easy, impactful, and risk-free.
When you work with a group like Karius who have experience in that area, they can demystify and navigate all the complex steps and stakeholders that have to be involved.
Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
Are new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more? Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your supplier of maximum comfort, bringing you the cool AC you need. You just have to
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
For comfort at night when the hot air suffocates you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
For comfort in your wallet with no payments or interest for 1 year.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
You deserve comfort. Cool off today with AC from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
To the person who spends more time prepping than grilling. Hi, your Safeway PA announcer here. Our medium ground chuck burgers come in plain, cheddar, bacon, and our newest seasoning, all dressed. All you need to prepare is the grill, because your job is fire and our job is flavor. And right now, they're only $8.99 a pound. For this and more great summer deals, check our flyer at safeway.ca. Sale ends May 20th. Variety may vary by store.
That's the way.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:22 in Edmonton, and time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing, the MVP you did not know that you needed. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrreuter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
How you doing, Kevin?
Well, another interesting, hour and a half here, and I guess it's been an interesting 48 hours since we talked to you on Tuesday. The Oilers have not made it official, but it was official basically 48 hours ago that they were going to come to this decision. But
I expect them to make it official in about 8 minutes' time and follow that up with a virtual press conference from Stan Bowman around 10 a.m. Mountain. But yes, I mean, this has been trending in the right direction, and not the right direction. It has been trending in this direction. And beyond that, this dismissal occurred last night. It was not this morning.
Fair. I mean, it was put out on social media this morning, though. Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is, as we said at the top of the show, decided last night. And basically, since you sent your post out, Frank, on Tuesday morning, it was like at 6:45 our time. This was the road it was going. There was no other way around this.
I would argue that it was the way this was going regardless. The way that it was managed or handled and the order in which things happened was out of place. That's the truth. This happened. This was going to occur the second that the Edmonton Oilers top players were publicly critical of their coach. Period. Full stop. There was no chance that the Oilers were betting Chris Knoblauch against the last season of Connor McDavid potentially playing in an Edmonton Oilers uniform. It just wasn't going to happen. It wasn't. This is what had to happen.
Why didn't the move happen earlier then? I know it's an unfair question to you, but
Yeah, you'd have to ask the people actually making the calls. My thought process would be that they're taking, whenever the date was that they lost to the Ducks, taking a few days to decompress, conduct their exit interviews, digest the information that's in front of them, and then begin to work forward toward the next solution.
And that solution, is that solution Bruce Cassidy?
That's who I believe the Edmonton Oilers believe is the solution. Yes. Whether or not they'll be able to get him is a whole other question.
Like, what if the Toronto Maple Leafs throw $8-9 million a year at him?
Mike Babcock money. Yeah. I mean, it's possible. They've paid that money before. In the end, it's going to come down to the Vegas Golden Knights and whether or not they're willing to relent. It doesn't say anywhere that they have to let him off the hook and interview. It's the customary norm. It's the correct gesture. It's the right thing to do for someone that you fired. But since when have the Golden Knights done anything by custom?
So Frank, when you probably did, when you sent out your post at 6:45 Tuesday morning, so that's 8:45 your time. I don't want to get into the details of when you kind of found out all about this, but so in the last 48 hours, I guess the question would be to you, when you're making your calls and you're talking to people around the league, what do they say about the Oilers organization watching from afar?
I think a lot of people see opportunity. They see a chance to mold and reshape a roster that includes two of the best players on planet Earth. They see a team that's gone deep in the playoffs. They see a passionate fan base. They see a chance to win. There's no closer team in the league that has a vacancy, or even at that moment in time, a proposed vacancy that has this in front of them. There's no one even in their ballpark. So it's an incredibly attractive option because of what's in front of you, because of the players that you get to send over the boards. So when it comes to working with Stan Bowman and Jeff Jackson and being able to assemble their staff, and by the way, I don't think Chris Knoblauch was the only coach that was fired. I think they're going to be cleaning house in terms of the assistants, I would imagine.
Yep.
So with that, there's a blank slate here, and you've got a pressure pack environment that you're stepping into that for an experienced coach who's been there before, you can't ask for anything more than that.
Frank Saravalli with us here on Sports 1440. So you're saying right now both Jeff Jackson and Stan Bowman are safe as far as their roles with the organization, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how hot would their seats be?
I believe they are safe. And how hot are the seats? I mean, look, I don't think that this moment in time is the moment to bring in someone new from the outside to reshape this. It needs to be someone that has intimate knowledge of how this worked previously, the steps that were taken to erode the talent that happened, and how to get back there in relatively short order. There's not going to be, like, my estimation would be that if you're looking at something like the Colorado Avalanche did, where they changed out 11 of their players over the course of the year, including both goalies and the tandem, there's not enough wiggle room with this team's cap structure and situation to execute on something like that. So you're talking about a coaching change. You're talking about a small handful of players in and out, and a hope, wish, and prayer that with better health, better luck, and a new system and structure, that you change this course of the team. And look, you didn't ask me, but I'll give it to you anyway. I'd have made the change with Jeff Jackson already. He's at the helm of watching this erosion of talent, and his fingerprints are all over all of that. So I only think there needs to be one voice running this organization. I'd be comfortable with Stan Bowman, and I understand the missteps that have been made, but I'll tell you that for free.
Have you ever got the feeling, though, and because some people have told me this, that Jeff Jackson is a guy that's pulling the strings more than Stan Bowman?
No. I've
Never at all?
never heard that, and I don't believe that to be accurate.
How would you rank this offseason as far as, I'm not going to say Oilers history because it goes back a long way, but I mean.
Oh, it's number one most consequential in Oiler franchise history, way bigger than the summer that they sold Wayne Gretzky.
Way bigger than that.
I think so. You may never get another crack like this. We're talking an NHL Mount Rushmore player already who doesn't have the one thing that's eluded him. I mean, he might end up going down as the second best player ever to Wayne Gretzky. He's right here, right now in the prime of his career, and you've had 12 years with him.
When you think about the fact that, and we get this a lot, how much do you think that Connor and Leon, how much say do you think they have? Because our text line, we get dozens a day, Frank, on that. If I were to ask you, how much say, influence, persuasion do you think those two guys have on what this organization does?
More than the average player, more than many around the league. But let's be totally fair. The inmates are not running the asylum here. That's not what's happening. They don't have their hands or fingerprints on these changes. Are they asked questions just like Austin Matthews would be? Just like other star franchise players are? Nathan, you think something happens in Colorado without Nathan McKinnon knowing about it?
Mm-hmm.
They're apprised of this. They're asked opinions, but that doesn't mean that that's what happens. And when I say this, I mean the general day-to-day operation. Do you think that in the end, before the Oilers make a goaltending trade last season, that they're asked of their opinion? Hey, where do you think things stand with Stuart Skinner? What's his standing in the locker room? What all these things that happen? Of course they're apprised on these things. I don't know about you, but I think the best operations run with total, clear, transparent communication. Doing things in the dark, making decisions in vacuums, not learning as much intel and information as you possibly can leads to poor results. So to blindside the two best players in the world and make changes without them being aware or at least able to offer their insight, I don't know what manager or president of hockey operations, what front office would operate without at least letting them know.
Frank Saravalli with us on Sports 1440. Is the next step here for, and if it hasn't happened, maybe it happened last night, I don't know, for Vegas to give permission to speak to Bruce Cassidy? Is that number one?
I mean, that would be number one in terms of the Oilers moving forward. Yes. Has that happened yet? Not to my knowledge.
Does the fact that this announcement came out as far as parting ways with Knoblauch, would that have any bearing on that?
Well, it might, in the sense that it's obviously become a pretty hot topic league-wide among coaching staffs, and they're unhappy, even guys that don't have any skin in the game. I think they'd like the NHL to step up and smooth this over to make it possible for Bruce Cassidy to interview and not have this permission be unnecessarily withheld, even for competitive reasons. You've made the decision to fire the guy. You should allow him to an interview. And that's what all of these coaches, because they know they're going to be in the same spot one day, just like with Chris Knoblauch, and maybe even in relatively short order, I could see him being a candidate that the Toronto Maple Leafs talk to for their opening. Yep. The Oilers are going to grant that. And part of the reason is you want it off your books as fast as you can get it. But those who hold the gold get to make the rules. That's the true golden rule. And so when you are the Vegas Golden Knights and you have $4.5 million that you owe Bruce Cassidy, he is subject to your whims. Like it, loathe it, whatever. And it's well within their right to say, we're not allowing you to go to a division rival that we may have you knock us out of the playoffs next year. You want to go to Toronto? Sure. You want to go to LA? Fine. They're not any good. But we're not letting you go to Edmonton. They can do what they want.
You mentioned the Leafs. I just want to close things out with that search and how that was handled and how their GM made the announcement, not through someone else, about the difference, the change. Who are some of the guys?
Let me just unpack whatever that was that you just said.
What's that?
What'd you say? They made their announcement not through someone else? What does that mean?
No, what I'm saying is that their GM made the announcement about the firing of Berube.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Now, a name that gets thrown out there, David Carl, and we've talked about him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think he's ever thinking about leaving Denver?
I think it would take an exceptional circumstance for David Carl to leave Denver. I'm a huge fan of David Carl, but what it's going to take is a long, and when I mean long-term, I mean very long-term contract extension, and the seat at the table to shape the roster. He essentially would want to have, at least according to my understanding, if not equal, say, as John Jacob, but something close to it. It's not that he wants to be the GM, it's that he wants to be in lockstep with the GM on roster decisions so that he's not just being handed a roster that he has no say or control on. So that's what's afforded to him at Denver. He's approaching $1 million a year and could work there for 35 more years. And he walks to work and he has a chance to win national titles. Like, he's not in any rush to leave that security that's in front of him. Denver isn't just any place. Denver's a place that, as I wrote about, 18, 20 years ago, when he had his heart issue and he could no longer play hockey, Denver's the place that honored his scholarship and gave him a job as a volunteer student assistant coach.
Yep.
It means a ton to him to be there. And I don't think he's leaving unless some team, and I would argue, this is me in parentheses, some team not being run by Keith Pelly, that he probably might consider it. But given what we've heard already with the meddling and the AI and all these other things, like, that's the exact thing that's going to steer him in the wrong direction.
Frank, you're about 1 minute off about the Oilers releasing their press release on Chris Knoblauch.
Okay.
You were close. 1 minute off. That's not bad.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
What time's your tea time at Aronimink today? Or did you make it?
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting out there today.
Play there ever?
I have not. It actually doesn't really appeal to me.
Okay, well, it's only hosting the PGA Championship.
Yeah, it's okay.
And hey, one last one here, because it's probably going to be the last time you ever say anything to him. Ladislav Schmid just came in to our studios because he's in a little bit earlier. And maybe, Frank, I know you want to congratulate him on Laddie accepting his 2-year job at Sparta Praha. Laddie?
Good morning, Frank.
Awesome.
Great hearing from you.
Congrats, buddy. Way to go.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Great hearing
So
you.
you're going back home.
Yeah, the next couple of seasons. Well, hopefully I can honor the full contract. It's like a revolving door there.
Yeah, they make changes often in Europe. I don't know that people necessarily understand that here. Like, you get 1 year sometimes and you're out.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's high pressure, but yeah, like, it's new experience for me. I'm gonna be doing it with people I know, so I'm very excited.
Congratulations, and I'll say this on my way out. Cannot wait to see you behind an NHL bench at some point soon.
Oh, thanks. That means a lot, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
See you guys.
Take care, man. Yeah. Our headliner of the day, Frank Saravalli for Mr. Rooter, knocking your plumbing problems out of the park. That's mrrooter.ca. Been a busy couple of days, busy morning here, Laddie.
Very, hey.
Oilers finally made it official.
I
8
heard
minutes ago.
Wow, man. Can we do anything in Edmonton just like a calm way here and like the right way? I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
It is a business at the end of the day. I get it, but the stuff I've read the last couple days, I feel bad for Chris Knoblauch. Honestly, he deserves better.
Yeah, he does.
Right? Like
that's the main thing. It's how you handle people and handle things.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, but yeah, it is what it is. I wonder, are they gonna start now interviewing people?
Well, we'll see. Maybe.
Yes.
I don't know. We had texts on Tuesday already that you should be the next guy.
Oh man.
But we'll take a quick break here, Laddie, and we'll come back. Ladislav Schmid with us. He'll be here till 10 bells or so. Big appointment at a little earlier than a normal Thursday. So
yeah, sorry guys.
No worries.
Got ball hockey to go to.
Kevin Karius.
Kids.
Well, never mind. Wait till you hear what happened to the Duke during the break.
Oh my God. Can't wait.
Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All Star Construction is all about.
I've got some good news. If you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck, the 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch black aluminum wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a sport performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
Summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
Craving a dining experience that rises above the rest? Head to Summit Restaurant in the Silent Ice Center, just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Savor exceptional house-made pizza, delectable entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails in a stylish, modern atmosphere. Perfect for a casual meal or a special night out. Summit offers a refined experience where every bite and sip reflects our dedication to quality. Elevate your dining experience. Make Summit Restaurant your destination tonight.
Do you have neck or back pain? Ever go for treatment hoping for a simple fix only to realize your stubborn spine is basically a science project with attitude? Hey, we get it. And honestly, we're a little sorry because great rehab does take proper experimenting. But at Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we don't just toss exercises into the beaker and hope it doesn't explode. We start with the right diagnosis, then mix hands-on care, precise manual therapy, and evidence-based technology. The formula your body actually needs. Science and skill with gratitude, not attitude. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Summer in Alberta means baseball debates.
Okay, best ballpark snack. Gotta be popcorn.
Nah, it's nachos, hands down.
Nah, you're both wrong. It's mini donuts.
But when it comes to beef jerky, there's no argument.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky.
The only snack every fan agrees on. Grab some for your next ballpark outing.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
May brings more of what you're looking for at Wolf GMC Buick. The selection never better. The savings up to $12,000 when you combine cash discounts on your new 2026 Sierra 1500 pickup. Up to $1,750 in cash rebates on remaining 2025 Terrain SUVs. Plus 0% financing up to 72 months on most models. And ask about the truck trade-in bonus of up to $1,500 on select new in-stock Sierra 1500s.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
The tents are up and the deals are out. The Brick's biggest sale of the season is on now. Take up to 60% off clearance items in the tents. Sofas start at $3.99 and save up to 50% on select mattresses. Get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and dining set, all for less than $1,500. Only at the Brick's tent sale. See in store for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
The big program, 8:45 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and we got Ladislav Schmid in the building. You're back. Well, we got another till you leave. I said we'll be here doing Thursdays till the end of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah. I might not be here for one Thursday because I'm going to Banff with my daughter.
Really?
But, yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay. Well,
that's
down the road.
That's down
I
the
mean, you could take a Thursday off. I mean, Duke's taking time off.
Or maybe I can switch Tuesday for Thursday with somebody.
Yes. Well, Tuesday, you don't have to switch. You can just do Tuesday.
Why there's nobody?
There's no host on or no co-host on Tuesday. So
Okay, so maybe we'll do Tuesday.
We can figure that out.
The 1 week. Yeah.
So you went over.
So the listeners don't lose the entertainment for the week. Yeah. I'd feel bad.
Oh man. Okay. So
what is going on?
What's
Kevin?
going on with the Oilers? I mean,
I don't know, man.
I think there's just, and this is what we've talked about, how you handle things, and they never expected this to get out.
But man,
everything gets
out. Yeah. Like it takes one insider or one person in the office. Hey, this and this is happening. Man, it's all about the clicks these days. You know it's gonna get out.
Yeah.
It's the proper way would be fire Chris Knoblauch, start the search. You have plenty of time. Like just out of respect to him, or just keep him. Like I don't think this falls solely on him.
Me neither.
It's like, let's be honest. Like everybody was celebrating him back-to-back Stanley Cup Finals. All of a sudden, one bad year, but it's like they still made the playoffs. Back-to-back losses. You don't get the proper rest. You don't get the proper preparation for next season. Like it had to catch up to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the team. The way it was built, I told you before the season, I didn't like it that much. We got smaller, weaker, in my opinion. And I said it before, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe this is a good thing. They're gonna get the rest. They get a full summer now. The management's got plenty of time, hopefully. But now, like, you create this unnecessary drama with the coaching.
It's a lot of drama.
It is a lot of drama.
They took the regular season for granted this year. And Connor McDavid said it himself going into the playoffs, calling it monotonous. So when you cheat on the regular season, we saw what happened in the playoffs.
You cannot expect to. Even guys like that, you cannot.
Would you call that flicking the switch?
Yeah. You cannot flick the switch, guys. You cannot, like, I believe it even with practices.
Yes.
The way you practice, the way you play.
Yeah.
Same in the regular season. You can, and I know they talk about it. Do you remember when they lost the first finals? I talked to one of the members of the coaching staff back then, and he said the following year they went back to the finals, but during the regular season, he's like, I can feel it in the locker room that the guys just want to skip the regular season and go straight to the playoffs.
Yeah,
because they're so eager. They know they were so close. It only works for so long, man. And this year, again, like they have to treat the regular season like a preparation for the playoffs, not just a.
You have to be. Kenny Holland said when he got here, and that was. Think about how many great years they had in Detroit and they never won.
Yeah.
You got to be a top 5 team in the regular season for a sustained amount of time. And then hopefully everything goes right for you in one postseason, maybe 2.
Yeah.
But if you don't think that has a bearing on your preparation, as you say, I just talked about the regular season. I never even talked about practices.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think all these small things build up bigger things, win the championships, man. Like let's talk about Colorado Avalanche. There you go. Like yesterday.
Look how hard they played. Look how hard Minnesota played to start.
Man, first period, and it's 2-0 disallowed goal to make it 3-0, but they scored anyways. I told my son, if there's a one team besides the Oilers usually in the third period, if there's another team or one team right now that can come back and win, is the Colorado Avalanche. And they were relentless. They played hard. And then you have the difference makers like McKinnon's goal to make it 3-3 is insane. That's why you have those top dogs on your team, because just the goal is, for me, it's in like ridiculous. Like
the shot
like Minnesota did pretty much everything right. If you want to give up a shot, it's gonna be from there. And I cannot even blame Wallstat. It's like it's a perfect
perfect shot. He's down a little bit,
but you would like to see the save, but you don't expect it, man. Like, how much is it luck? How much is it that he's that good? Like, it goes hand to hand. But if you don't try, you miss 100% of shots you don't take, right? But that's just. I wasn't surprised that Nathan McKinnon scored because he plays the right way.
I saw something someone sent out about, and this was 100 times harder shot than he had in the Olympics. And he was in the same spot.
I know.
This is maybe 1,000 times harder. You couldn't score that one, but you had to score this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad.
It's too bad, but it is what it is, man. I like Colorado the way they play. That was for me so far. Well, the Buffalo and Canadians are pretty fun to watch, but I would pick Wild and Colorado. That's my favorite.
Obviously, our text line is blown up today with the Oilers. So, as a player, and I know you got to walk a difficult line here, but they've gone through a lot of coaches here. This core group has gone through a lot of coaches.
I've been through it too in the ages of darkness.
I get it, but back then you guys weren't expected to win a Stanley Cup.
No, but at some point you have to stop blaming the coaches. You just have to find the right one. But I feel like it's the players who are on the ice, and you have to take some responsibility.
Yeah.
At some point, like you cannot just be every couple of years. Oh, this guy doesn't work. No. Like the coach, you have to let him do his job. He has to make some tough decisions. But for me, we talked about it last week, man. Unfortunately, it goes back to committing to team game and team defense. I told you that story that not Darren Pank, Pierre McGuire. He was talking about Todd McLennan 8 or 10 years ago. That unfortunately he felt like the guys couldn't commit to team defense. You cannot expect to outscore opposition night after night in the playoffs, day after day. It's not going to happen, man.
Should mention too. So the Oilers sent the release out. They finally did at 8:30 this morning. So they announced today that Chris Knoblauch and Mark Stewart have been relieved of their coaching duties.
So Paul is staying?
Pardon me?
Paul, or is he, or
first of all, I would say Paul wants nothing to do with coaching anymore on this team.
Okay. So everybody is basically.
Well, I don't know if another coach comes in here. Are you going to keep McFarland? Are you going to keep Peter Aubry? I mean, what are you going to do here?
Yeah. Usually the head coach brings the
Sure he
whole
does.
the whole coaching staff. So Mark Stewart too, eh?
Yeah. So that's where that is. And just wanted to mention.
So
that.
what are the? Maybe he's jumping the gun right now, but like, what are the names that they're circling?
Well, obviously this all started with Bruce Cassidy.
Is Bruce Cassidy totally off the table? Like,
no, he would be the number one choice by far, or else they wouldn't have started this on Tuesday.
But Vegas
Monday.
said no, so that's over with.
No, they got to just wait for Vegas to give them permission.
Okay, but they haven't.
They haven't.
And did they say no? No,
they don't have to. Vegas can say we don't have to give you permission.
Yeah, I know, but did Vegas said absolutely not, or is there, or nobody knows?
I would say it would be more. We're playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now.
Yeah,
we got other things that we want to worry about than who you are caring about for your new head coach.
Frank's was pretty specific about this. They did not outright deny speaking to him. That like this was Frank's
Just
reporting.
not right now.
Not right now. Yeah.
Because it's been going on for 4 days.
Well, I'm sure Toronto's going to be after him.
Well, as I said, what if Toronto throws
100.
9-10 million at him a year?
They would.
Yeah.
Well, they would. Like, I don't know, they would, but but I feel like if Daryl wants something, they'll throw money at him.
I just think, again, I look at it, to me, since Jeff Jackson and Stan Bowman came in, I think this is, if you want to place blame, I'm going 40% on management. I'm going 30% on players, and then 25% on the coaches. That's what I would do. I don't know. Is that?
I'm at a similar. Yeah. Similar. Yeah. Very similar.
You know. So I
like,
think,
who are you gonna hire now? Like, that's so. We all know it needs to get more sound defensively, and just you have to be really stern with that, man. You get, like, there's gonna be some wiggle room for certain players, but the rest of the team needs to be dialed in. But even it starts with the top dogs too, man. Like, that commitment to it, right? And I'm not saying they don't do it. They just, I don't think they all do it consistently. They just do it whenever they kind of like want it. So I don't think that's right. But like, I just don't know who can come in and just like steer the ship. Like, it needs to be somebody they gonna absolutely respect.
But obviously they wanted Bruce Cassidy, or else this would have never came to what it did.
Well, I feel like he is that kind of guy that he can do it, man. Like, he seems like he can be pretty.
But Vegas, again, so you look at from Vegas standpoint, they never thought they could win with him this year, or else they wouldn't have fired him.
I know,
if they thought he was the guy, they wouldn't have fired him.
I know, but he's been there for what? 4 years?
Yeah.
4 years. So maybe he's one of those coaches that he's got like
the shelf life.
You know, like he might be hard on players, and at some point it's kind of.
We're going to take a break, laddie, and then at the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to go around the NHL. We'll talk about the Oilers, but we'll talk maybe a Leafs a little bit, their situation with Jake Hahn from SiriusXM NHL Radio. We're going to take the Stan Bowman availability at 10 o'clock. We'll just got to get the coordinates on that. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by All-Star Construction. They shape and build Edmonton communities, specializing in underground utilities like power, gas, telecommunication, and street lighting. That's All-Star Construction. Here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
It is now official. Edmonton Oilers announcing that they have relieved head coach Chris Knoblauch of his coaching duties after just under 3 full seasons with the club. Assistant coach Mark Stewart has also been let go from the team. Stanley Cup playoff action last night. Colorado Avalanche erased a 3-0 deficit comeback and beat the Wild 4-3 in overtime. Brett Kulak with the OT winner advances Colorado through to the conference final in 5 games. In case you missed it, yesterday, Vegas Golden Knights defenseman Braden McNabb suspended 1 playoff game for his interference on Duck center Ryan Poehling. McNabb received a 5-minute major and a game misconduct in the game. Ryan Poehling left and did not return. WHL playoff action last night. Everett topped Prince Albert 5-2 to open up a 3-1 series lead. And in the association lone game last night, James Harden going off for 30 points. Cavaliers come back to beat the Pistons 117-113 in overtime and take a 3-2 series lead in the best of 7. WNBA, Toronto Tempo pick up their first win in franchise history, 86-73 over Seattle. And in the majors yesterday, the Blue Jays get a big bottom of the 10th from Dalton Varsho walk-off grand slam to beat the Rays 5-3. Elsewhere, Yankees blanked by Baltimore 7-0. Boston beat Philly 3-1, and the Seattle Mariners fall to Houston 4-3. Out of the NFL last night, Miami Dolphins and running back Devon Achane coming to terms on a 4-year extension worth $64 million in total, half of which comes fully guaranteed. And from the PGA Championship down just outside of Philadelphia, Steven Jagger, Bud Cauley, currently at the top of the table at 4 and 3 under, respectively. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Jay Conn from Sirius XM NHL Radio, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brendan Douglas, Central Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
What's that? Is that actually spring? Like no snow squalls or bad weather tomorrow? It's actually spring? Well, GS Construction welcomes the warmer weather because that means we can really get to work. Now, it doesn't matter if there was bad weather. This is our time to shine, but we can't do it without good people to do that work. That's why GS Construction is hiring pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. If you want to join a team who loves their work, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
To the person who spends more time prepping than grilling. Hi, your Safeway PA announcer here. Our medium ground chuck burgers come in plain, cheddar, bacon, and our newest seasoning, all dressed. All you need to prepare is the grill. Because your job is fire, and our job is flavor. And right now, they're only $8.99 a pound. For this and more great summer deals, check our flyer at Safeway.ca. Sale ends May 20th. Variety may vary by store.
Millions and millions of Canadians do not have a doctor. We have a crisis. Canada's Medical Clinic is opening clinics across Canada to allow everyone to have a doctor to call their own. Early detection saves lives. We've got some great news. You can call now and book an appointment with your new doctor. CanadasMedicalClinic.com. And more good news. Canada's Medical Clinic Windermere is also now a walk-in clinic. We'll see you there.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:02 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, and Ladislav Schmid, along with Josh Fenwick in studio here at West Edmonton Mall. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we focus on one thing and one thing only. It's your vehicle, from tires to wheels to oil changes, vehicle repairs. We got you covered. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today, as we welcome back Jake Hahn from Sirius XM NHL Radio. Good morning, Jake. You're with Kevin Karius and the former NHLer Ladislav Schmid. As always, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. Big guy, really appreciate it.
Great to be back on with you, Kevin. Lottie as well. Good to talk to you. And lots going on in Edmonton this morning, obviously, right?
Wild 3 days here at Sports Radio, Jake, because this sort of broke the fact that after what Frank Saravalli, threw out there on Twitter at 6:45 in the morning on Tuesday, it took about 15, 20 minutes to digest it. And then it took a couple more minutes to go, well, that means Chris Knoblauch's gone. Yeah. How can you bring him back? Maybe your thoughts, just Jake, from a couple thousand miles away here.
Well, I think obviously a little bit messy how the news came out, right? I don't think you want that to happen if you're the Oilers, involving Chris Knoblauch. I don't think there's not much surprise in terms of a coaching change here for me. Obviously, when you have a team that lost in the first round, prime Connor McDavid, prime Leon Draisaitl. I know we can point to injuries, and it never felt this year, guys, like this was the full version of the Edmonton Oilers, that this was the team that we saw the previous 2 seasons, make it to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. So it just never felt like they could hit that stride. I personally don't pin that on Knoblauch, but this is obviously a results-based business. And, if you've got McDavid under contract for the next couple of years, they're trying to do everything they can to get the best possible coach behind the bench to get this team a Stanley Cup. So I understand the coaching change. It's just how this league works. But I do think the process, maybe a little bit frustrating to have this news come out that they were trying to talk to Bruce Cassidy, ultimately were denied by the Vegas Golden Knights. And then I think the writing was on the wall at that point that you knew Knoblauch was eventually going to be on his way out. It was only a matter of time. So I suppose now the search begins to find the new bench boss.
Yeah. I mean, and Chris is going to land on his feet. He's a good man, and he's got some financial security here moving forward. He can make his decision, with a lot of things in mind. He's got family to think of as well. That always comes into play. Do you think he'd ever be strongly considered for the Leafs job?
I think he has to be one of a handful of candidates here. I've been very curious myself as to where they're going to go with that. And obviously, Bruce Cassidy is a big name out there, but seeing the news for Vegas and denying the Oilers the ability to speak to him while he's still under contract now, that makes a lot of sense because those are division rivals with those 2 teams. And if I'm Vegas, I don't really want him behind the bench in Edmonton next year coaching against me. So I sort of understand that side of it. So obviously Cassidy's name is out there. I think Knoblauch for the Leafs job would make a little bit of sense because I think they're looking for somebody with at least some experience, maybe not to the extent of a Craig Berube or, going back to the Mike Babcock days, maybe a little bit of a blend of the two. And let's be honest, whenever you think of Knoblauch and the decision for the Oilers, he does come with playoff experience now and winning rounds of playoff hockey and going deep in the postseason. And that is something that's going to matter, especially for a team like Toronto that's looking to get back there. So, yeah, I would think for the Leafs new management staff, he's got to be on a short list of candidates now, especially that he's officially been let go by Edmonton.
Laddie, what do you think on that? You're kind of on the other side. Maybe he's not a fit for, and maybe he needs some time.
I don't know, man. It's a bit in Toronto. Everybody knows probably the biggest market in the NHL. The spotlight is on you. I respect Chris Knoblauch. He did very well here. The way things ended, you know my opinion on that. It was poorly handled. I understand about certain comments during the season the players made that coaching staff has to be better. So there was a lot of pressure, I feel like, to make a change. But I wouldn't. We talked about it, Kevin. I wouldn't put everything on Chris Knoblauch. I think the way the team was built this year, it didn't feel like they could go far. We lost some veteran players, some big bodies, physical players with a lot of experience, big voices in the locker room. They brought some younger players. Then you have those back-to-back losses in the finals. So the boys never got any rest in an off season, no preparation. You go into the season, next season, and the next season, everything builds up. So I was actually kind of almost happy that they got out in first round because I didn't see them going all the way to the finals or winning the Stanley Cup, unfortunately. But now they have time to properly prepare and all that stuff. So when I guess it is a business. It's your right to make a change if you don't feel like this is the right guy behind the bench. But at the same time, I wouldn't blame Chris Knoblauch what happened this season. Everybody's to blame, obviously, but with him, I think that's the smallest part of the problem here. Yeah. And for Toronto, with what he did in past, 2.5 years, sure, with his pedigree, he should be one of the candidates, but I don't know if he is the right fit for Toronto.
Who would you say, Jake, then would be at the top of the list out there? And we had Frank Saravalli on, and I asked him about David Carl. Yeah. I don't think that it just doesn't seem that David Carl wants to go to the NHL. I don't know.
Well, right. He seems so comfortable, right, with where he's at. And I don't really blame him, especially with this coaching game. And obviously, Laddie knows it well, playing in the league for so long. And it is a bit of a ruthless game, right? It's a results-based business. And if you find yourself in that sort of comfortable position where you know where you're going to be, you know where you're going to live, you know where your family's going to be every year, I don't blame someone like that for not wanting to leave that sort of comfort zone, right? So it's a real interesting coaching search right now. And I think you could see a couple new guys get an opportunity just because of the candidates that are out there. Obviously, we did see the Islanders, really get in front of Peter DeBoer. I was very curious to see where Peter DeBoer would end up. Ultimately, the Islanders jump in at the end of the season, grab him. John Tortorella was another name I think could possibly be out there. And I would be on the lookout at some point mid-season for Craig Berube, guys. Now that he's parted ways with the Toronto Maple Leafs, I think he'll be a very interesting possible mid-season replacement for somebody, because I think that's where Craig Berube works best. I believe over an 82-game season, he can kind of wear on guys a little bit, but I do think that he's a solid playoff coach, as he proved winning the Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues. So during the season next year, I would look out for that sort of underperforming team that could make a mid-season coaching change and maybe push the Craig Berube button.
Well, Laddie just brought up a name. I don't know if he's going to resurface here.
Yeah, Dean Evison. What do you think about him?
Yeah. Evison, a terrifying guy to look at on the bench. I can tell you that. He's
he
very
can be intense,
intimidating looking guy. But I've actually had a chance to speak to him a couple of times. Really nice guy. One of those guys you look at and you're like, okay. And then you talk to him, you're like, okay, he's actually a pretty nice guy. But that's a great name to bring up, actually. Somebody with some experience, maybe been out of the game here for a little bit and you could loop back. So I think Dean Evison is a nice name that could be in the mix for a couple of these spots. And look, they're intriguing jobs, whether it's Edmonton or whether it is Toronto. Obviously, with the Oilers, you walk into Connor, and Laddie made a great point too about this year's version of the Oilers. And whatever coach you bring in behind the bench for next year, the roster needs work. They can't win the Stanley Cup with the roster that they had this year. I know injuries did play a factor as well. But that's going to be a part of this as well, whoever you bring in behind the bench. So very intriguing candidacy. And same with Toronto. If they can, sort of retool this roster, they have the first overall selection as well. They do still have some talent there. So a couple of very interesting vacancies going into next year.
Yeah. Jake Hahn from Sirius XM NHL Radio. Do you go ahead, Laddie?
Well, I just want to ask about your opinion, guys, about the Toronto Maple Leafs and Austin Matthews leaving possibly. Because if I would be like really secure, obviously you have those two guys like McKenna and Stenberg,
number one
pick. If you know that Matthews is staying, I think their need is more on the defense for like a number one defenseman in Toronto. But if you're not sure if Matthews is staying or going, whatever, he made those comments. You have to obviously draft McKenna or Stenberg. But do you think Matthews is going to stay past his contract, or
what do you think?
What do you think?
You got more of a pulse on it than I
do.
Well, look, guys, a lot feels up in the air right now, and it does feel like Austin Matthews kind of just disappeared. There was the injury, and not a lot in terms of comments from his camp, and it's been such a roller coaster for the Maple Leafs in terms of what's happened over the last couple of weeks. They make the management change, Chayka Sundin come in, there's this nightmare press conference, and everyone's thinking, oh man, this is a sinking ship. And then the next night they get the first overall selection, and you feel like they maybe got an injection of life into the franchise. So I do think McKenna coming in matters, and it heightens things a little bit. But Austin Matthews is at the prime of his career now, and he has to decide, is this the place I want to be? Is this the place that I can compete and ultimately win Stanley Cups? I think it really does come down to what we see this season. And Laddie's 100% correct. They need to figure out the blue line. I don't know how they do that. It's easy for me to say, oh, well, go out and get a defenseman. Very difficult to actually do that, especially one that can make an actual impact, right? I think what you've seen the Leafs try to do the last handful of years is, insulate their D, go and make moves at the deadline. Some of them have worked, some of them haven't, but they haven't had that top pairing defenseman, that legitimate top pairing defenseman in Toronto in a very, very long time. And I think that's what this team has sorely been missing. Now, how do you go out and get that? That's on, I guess, the desk of John Chayka and Matt Sundin, but that would be top of the priority list for me.
Yeah. What about, Jake, not just Toronto, but I mean, you can think of, Edmonton and maybe LA. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But if you think about guys that are maybe not on the radar for like the names, the big names that are out there that we mentioned. But what about guys like, say, a Mark Letestu, who like most people think he's a big, young up-and-coming coach. He played here. He's well-respected by a lot of his guys. And do you think some teams might go like the route of a Muse in Pittsburgh or Wersofsky in San Jose? You know what I mean?
I would like to see that because obviously we do recycle a lot of the same coaches, and I understand why you want the experience. But I think it's not a bad idea to give somebody that chance, right? And we have seen it work in a few instances here recently. Obviously, there's a chance that it doesn't work out, but you have a couple of good examples right there. And one is Dan Hughes. Not many people know a lot about him, and he comes into a Pittsburgh team that everyone thinks is heading in the wrong direction. Nobody gave a shot to make the postseason, and we saw how that played out. Wersofsky's a guy that has kind of built up with that young Sharks team over the last few years. He didn't come into a great situation, certainly not a win now situation. And, each year they've gotten better and better. So I think for a rebuild, to me, that works. You get a new coach come in there, build up with the young guys, stay patient with him. For an Edmonton, a Toronto situation, those teams I feel like tend to want to go with somebody with a little bit of experience, but I certainly wouldn't mind it. I always like to see fresh blood in the league and new coaches getting an opportunity in the NHL.
Yeah. And Laddie, you just mentioned another game.
Yeah, Manny Malhotra, I play against him. He was always, tough to play against. Great third line centerman, one of the top shutdown centermen, at his prime. He's done well with Abbotsford, right? They won the Calder Cup. I think he's going to be out there. But I agree with you. Like Toronto and Edmonton, they probably looking for a little bit more experienced coaches. But I am to give a chance to the new blood. We see all the same coaches. And yes, there is teams that they need that. But I also believe with the rebuild or younger teams, maybe inject some younger blood behind the bench.
Yeah.
Hey, Jake, what's coming up on your show today? I'm sure you're probably Leafs heavy, but I'm sure the Oilers are going to be top of mind as well.
The Leafs continue to try to hijack our shows here, guys. We're trying to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs and everything that's been going on, the excitement each night, and there's press conferences, and then they get the first overall pick, and now they're firing the coach. So they've tried to infiltrate their way into our shows, but we'll certainly be talking that crazy comeback last night for the Colorado Avalanche or collapse by the Minnesota Wild. However you want to call it. I sort of felt for the Wild. And Laddie can speak to this, perfectly playing in the league for so many years and having to close out these games. And especially against a team like Colorado, I feel like in the third period, you get up by a couple goals and you go into this defensive shell. And I'm watching, and Minnesota, they don't even want to cross center ice. They're just chipping the puck in, line change. And I'm thinking, you're daring Colorado to come back in this game. Ultimately, they do, and they win it in overtime. So we know how good the Avs are. They're just a total force. We'll certainly be talking about. We've got play-by-play voice Mark Mosier coming on with us. So he actually texted me, guys, at 3-1 last night and said, "I don't know if I can come on the show anymore. I think I'm gonna have a flight to St. Paul, going to Minnesota for Game 6." And then 3 minutes later, it was 3-3, and I'm like, "Well, Moj, you might want to put a hold on that flight. You're going to be staying in Colorado."
Jake, as always, thanks for coming on and have a great show. And we'll probably speak to you even over the course of the Stanley Cup playoffs continue. As always, appreciate your time.
Great talking to you.
Great, Kevin. Yeah, great talking to you, and great talking to you as well, Laddie. Have a great day, boys.
You too. Jake Hahn, Sirius XM NHL Radio, and our Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire, where we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. Check them out at fountaintire.com. Honestly, when it was 3-0, I thought last night, okay, then when it was 3-1, okay, I think that they can close this out. But
they stopped playing, man. They were just waiting to get butchered. Against team like Colorado, honestly, they were just chipping the pucks out. They gave them the puck. I know it's hard. Well, how can I explain it?
Yeah.
Well, the team like Colorado, you just have to look at the first period. Even team like Colorado, they had trouble with a deep forecheck. You don't give them time and space. Why Oilers in previous years were so good in third period comebacks? Because the teams sit back and they gave them all the room. Right. They sit back and protect the middle and the neutral zone, but with McDavid or Draisaitl, they pick it up and they carry the puck in all the time. Same with Colorado. You cannot, unfortunately, you cannot sit back. And even it shows you. I think a little bit the nerves played in the role. You're 3-1. Hopefully they're not gonna score, but you're just waiting, sitting back, and they're just coming wave after wave. And the interview with McKinnon after the game, that's like the scariest thing. There was no panic whatsoever. He said, yeah, we were down 3-0 early, but we know like that's the best thing that can happen to us. Be down early because we know we can come back. And they're one of the best teams in third period.
Yeah. And Kulak, I think he's the 15th goal scorer. Like they had 15 guys that scored.
I was so happy for Kool-Aid. But who set it all up, guys? Check guy.
Yeah. Well, hey, do you
Marty.
know Marty Natchez? Now, do you, and I have to check on this because you never know if what you're reading sometimes is true or false. But I think he may have been interviewed after the game too and said, I wasn't supposed to be on the ice. We only had 4 guys on the ice.
So he just jumped
over. I think because the play reversed because Minnesota had an opportunity and it was sort of a hope pass across the slot, right? That would have been an amazing, probably just puck on the net there, right?
Yeah.
So then Natchez, I think, and I'm gonna have to check this in the break, said we only had 4 guys on the ice. I wasn't supposed to be jumped on. Next thing you know, he goes around, good play, and then sees Cooley coming in.
That was nice.
How about this? So this is the first time since 2008 that Colorado closed out a series on home ice.
Oh yeah, I caught the interview kind of halfway through, and they were asking about it.
Yeah.
Or talk about it. I was like, what?
18 years ago in overtime.
Sandis Ozolinch.
No,
who was it?
Smitty.
Oh, Smitty was it?
Smitty scored the goal.
Ozolinch. Oh,
Smitty scored the goal in 2008. So that's 2 former Oilers scoring for Colorado.
That is crazy, eh? it was meant to be. And 2008. That's a long
18
time.
years. And now, so they await Vegas and Anaheim. Game 6 tonight. You know who needs this more than anything, and you saw him go out like Cale Makar's hurting, man.
He is, but dude, like he's got effed up shoulder,
and
you can tell
hand, and
something like in this, but because there's like he was hurting the whole game, and then that little reverse hit by Zuccarello, tiny, and you can tell like there's something wrong, and you know they're gonna be looking for him. Well, they were already punishing him.
He got that one little slash to the hand, and he's like,
well, that's
playoff hockey.
That's the head of the snake, right? Yeah. Like him and McKinnon.
Well, and McKinnon, that's 6 straight goals, 6 straight games.
I love watching it, man. Like the previous game, he gets puck in the face. He gets like I don't know how many times he got hit in the face.
Yeah,
just keeps coming back. He's like a
He wants to win so bad.
Man, he's like a wrecking ball out there, and wrecking ball with unbelievable skill. There was a play I think in third period too when he takes off in between 3 guys, and his first 3 strides were like I think Spurgeon was like going back, and then he cut in and missed the net with a hard shot, but his first 3 strides in neutral zone, like he was going slow and then he took off. It's like him and McDavid, but his like McDavid is super light, right? But McKinnon, you can just see the power behind his skates, ridiculous.
That'll be interesting next year for Minnesota. We'll talk about that when we come back, and we'll also go in or out with Ladislav Schmid. We'll be taking Stan Bowman's virtual news conference, at 10 o'clock. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
It's time to hit the greens. Elevate your golf game with Country Club Tour Golf Academy. No matter your experience, our PGA of Canada teaching pros are here to help. Enjoy lessons year-round between our 7 CCT golf courses and 2 state-of-the-art indoor facilities. Choose the location convenient for you. We offer private lessons, group lessons, expert club fittings, and junior camps. Visit our website to learn more and get ready to take your game to the next level. Booking is easy. Go to countryclubtour.com/golf academy and schedule your lesson today.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
To the person who spends more time prepping than grilling. Hi, your Safeway PA announcer here. Our medium ground chuck burgers come in plain, cheddar, bacon, and our newest seasoning, all dressed. All you need to prepare is the grill, because your job is fire and our job is flavor. And right now, they're only $8.99 a pound. For this and more great summer deals, check our flyer at safeway.ca. Sale ends May 20th. Variety may vary by store.
You probably know Stingray for radio advertising.
What about digital advertising?
Yeah, we do that.
Connected TV?
We do that.
Search and social?
And that.
Programmatic? Digital out of home?
We do it all. Endless digital platforms to connect your business to more customers, to intrigue them, engage them, so they choose your product or service. Get started now at stingraymediasolutions.com and let us help your business grow. We are Stingray. That's what we do.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned. Over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
All the protection you want, none of the weight. Introducing Timberland Pro's Boondock Ultra Light Work Boots. The lightest Boondock yet, with the Timberland durability you expect. Conquer long shifts, move faster, and work safer with all-day comfort in a lightweight package. Find your Boondock Ultralights now at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
Do you have
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Yeah. All right. Welcome back to the big program, 925 in Edmonton. And again, we're just going to get the link set up for Stan Bowman's availability at 10 o'clock. We'll have a quicker segment here so we can get Laddie out of here at 9.
Trying to get rid of me already, eh?
No. But if you want to stay, you can. But you got the ball hockey to go to.
Yeah, at Rogers. So maybe I'm just gonna.
What is it?
Like I'm ambassador for the Oilers. Yeah, for Oilers alumni. We every week there's a different school get a tour through the Rogers, and part of it is on Thursdays usually. I do a little.
Yeah.
Me or Chris Joseph or Ben Scrivens do a little ball hockey session with them on the concourse.
Scrivy, he should play net, huh? But he never does. He thinks he loves that toe drag, doesn't he?
Oh my God!
Hey,
Yes,
he loves that toe drag.
he looks good. He looks good out there, actually.
Oh yeah,
or goalie. Not bad.
well, and he's got is
Better than Gager when he plays up there. But
Gager
Gager
just
plays on
stands
his,
there.
I think, on his goalie skates now.
stands
I
there,
understand.
you know. Yeah, Scrivy wants
Great
to get
guy, though.
involved. Yeah, all those guys, they love getting involved. You know, I've said this for the 1,347th time on the program. Doesn't matter who's coaching this team. until there's a commitment to defense, like there is the commitment to their creative offense, because these guys are so creative on offense, led by Connor and Leon. I mean,
they will always score. Like, honestly, like, I'm gonna knock on something. They will always score. They just have to like tighten it up a little bit more. I'm not saying like give up all the offense for defense. That's never gonna be their DNA. But you have to meet at least halfway. You are not. They're not even on the same. In the same area code right now. Like, unfortunately, and I don't like to criticize players because I played. I know how it feels, but I think now it's the time. It's not gonna be next coach gonna come and he's gonna let them do whatever they want. No, they need to tighten it up. I feel like it starts with the top dogs, that they have to send a message to the rest of the team, because the rest of the team is always looking up to them. Let's be honest. It's the whole thing. If you see Connor doing it, Leon doing it, the rest will follow. I have no doubts about it.
How many times do you get told that, like, say, when Connor and Leon play the body, you know, in the playoffs for a couple of years? Oh, look at Connor hitting. Look at Leon hitting. What happened? What does everyone say? Oh, everyone else is going to do it.
Or you look like an idiot on the bench. Like, if the third and fourth line is not doing it and the top dogs are doing it, like, you're a moron.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so similar kind of approach to team defense. Yeah. It's not just the goalie or defenseman or forward. No, it's a unit out there. It's not little islands. Yeah, everybody's got different assignment, but it all has to come together on the ice as a 5-man unit plus the goalie.
Speaking of 5-man units, what happens in the future here if this happens and the new coach comes in and says, we're going to have 2 power play units, not just 1. We're going to go a minute for the first one, or
minute 15,
whatever,
like normal.
But we're going to, the second unit, if you don't score, obviously, you're going out for the last 45 and change. How do you think that goes over with Connor and Leon?
Tough. I think you can do it if the power play is not running at the rate they have been.
But here's the thing, right? The power play's been over 30% for a long time.
It's a fine line. You're going to have to give in some areas, and you're going to have to, give in. Like, you cannot just change everything at once. You don't want to lose the guys either. I believe,
you know what I'm saying, right?
I know exactly what you're saying. It's a fine line with these guys. I feel like you cannot change everything overnight. I would like to see maybe power play unit number 2 there more often at times, especially when it's not going the right way. But what are they gonna say, those guys? Well, we are running at over 30%. So,
and they have a better chance to score than power play 2. And what happens in the last 30 some seconds, if they're still out there, they're facing either a tired PK1 or a tired PK2.
Like, that area, I would be very careful with.
It's tough.
It's tough. I would PK needs to, I think, get better. I would not necessarily use always the top dogs on the PK. I would honestly, even like Evan Bouchard, and I know he can play it, or Connor or Leon. But that's the time that you should give them a little bit more rest. And I know they'd want to be on the ice all the time.
I know.
And I know other teams do it, but maybe that's the different approach. Maybe, like I said, you're going to have to play with it a little bit. But back in the day, whatever coach said went.
That's right.
Now it's like you have to be careful, because players have so many options. They have way more power than we used to have, man. Like, it is what it is. And you have to kind of evolve and work with that, right? You cannot just come in and just, this is how it's going to be. Next thing you know, you're out of there, because they're not gonna replace half of the roster unless the management is really pissed off. But we are in a unique position here. Like, we might, I don't even want to say it, with Connor McDavid, there's a timeline on it.
There's 2 years, right?
There's 2 years.
Technically,
year and a half.
It's one.
Well, it's year, maybe year and a half. If he doesn't see it, I believe he's gone. I honestly believe he's not gonna stay. If he doesn't see a future or winning the Stanley Cup here, and it's his own right. Like, that's his right. He earned it.
You'll know next year in it.
Yeah.
And but they have to say to him, Connor, we can't start this year without you under contract.
Yeah.
And if you want to sign, I mean, we would love that. And you're going to get 20 mil a year.
Yeah.
Sign for 6 times 20, whatever you want.
Well, they'll give him whatever he wants, like
Sign
whatever is max.
Just like this is what he wanted the last time.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted some wiggle room.
Yeah.
So, but they can't go into the year.
Oh, I believe that's.
And then
for nothing,
because now you're trading him and you're getting in a ton of assets.
Yeah, I agree.
Brody texted, fellas, thoughts and questions for you. 97 is now almost 30. He still loops in the D zone. Cheats like crazy. No coach has been able to stop it. Playoffs, there was no power play 2. Whistle would blow at 1:30. PP1 would stay out in the ice. Same thing happens. At the second him and 29 do all these things that we're talking about, the other guys will get on board. It's not rocket surgery, he says. Well, he says rocket science. I say rocket surgery.
It's man.
These are the 2 of the best players in the world. Connor's number 1. Yeah. Leon, you can debate where he stands.
Oh, he's top 3.
But
for me,
but that's the thing. These guys got to buy in defensively.
Man, like I've been saying it. It's the team defense, and it starts with those guys because everybody follows them. Everybody looks up to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it starts in the regular season. It cannot just like flip the switch, man, and expect things.
Mike says, I'd like to hear Laddie's take on Darnell Nurse. If the Oilers can re-sign Murphy, don't even discuss moving Nurse since they work so well together, question mark. But if they can't keep Murphy, should they explore trying to trade Darnell Nurse? Where are you at with Darnell moving forward? Because it's been talked about for a long time.
I feel bad for him, to be honest. Like, yeah, he's got some good runs, some not so good runs. He's a big voice in the locker room. It's not just the on ice product. Like, you got to be thinking about the leadership role and how it is in the locker room. They already lost a lot of veteran presence. Brown, Corey Perry, Evander Kane, like all these guys, even Arvids and Skinner, like those are like seasoned veterans. Now you're talking about losing another guy that's been part of the core for a long time. Like, you cannot just lose Darnell Nurse and like people are saying, like, just get rid of him. That's a still big hole, guys, in your top 4. Like, you cannot just get rid of him because he's making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like, he's familiar with the team, guys. He's liked around the locker room. And I'm not saying but like, it's not fair that everybody keeps blaming one guy on the defense. It's always everybody blames goalie Stu Skinner, the worst. He wasn't the worst. Now Darnell Nurse. Like, maybe it's a good thing if they would trade him to see how the team's gonna do without him if there is that big of a hole. He still eats 20 plus minutes. Yeah, like I would like to see him more.
He's got to pick like the whole team.
He needs to be better. He knows that, but the whole team needs to be better. It's not just fair to pick one guy and blame everything on him. And like, we need to add to defense, not weaken it. So unless you have a plan B or like replacement for Darnell Nurse, you cannot move him. It's silly. And then like, is Connor Murphy gonna be the answer to it too? Like, I don't know. Like, there's lots, and like, I don't agree like blaming one guy, man.
There's in the last 2 years, the questions with this franchise have increased exponentially compared to what the solutions have been.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's another thing too. Because we got to go to break, Laddie, for in or out. But I wonder, like, in the playoffs, and Jari went in for the one game, and then Stu or Ingram came back. So that's a Knoblauch decision. Knoblauch puts Trent Frederick in the press box. These are the 2 biggest mistakes so far that Stan Bowman has made. When your coach takes your players that you've given him and you put them in the press box or on the bench, in this case in Jari, I wonder how much that comes into play as well.
It comes into play, man. Obviously,
just another
not on the same page.
Another thing,
yeah,
moving forward. So, When we come back, in or out with Ladislav Schmid on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 AM radio.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Games Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post workout. Way Too Good and Green Games Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
This jersey was worn by the legend himself, signed and everything. You can't just wear it. I'm framing it with expressions and images.
Your prized jersey deserves better than the closet. Think expressions and images. Your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sur introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Fuel prices got you down? Subaru's here to pick you up. Subaru's electric and hybrid vehicles will save the day, helping you go further for less. Prefer a gas vehicle? Subaru Crosstrek and Impreza are built to keep costs low without sacrificing capability. Crosstrek was named 2025 Auto Trader Best Subcompact SUV, and Impreza has earned top safety pick recognition for 17 years running. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca.
The puck is passed up through the neutral zone, and here's a breakaway. He's coming in hot. He shoots it. Oh no, a broken stick.
When it comes to performance, quality parts matter. Napa Auto Parts has all the reliable parts, tools, and more to keep your vehicle running like a playoff contender. With over 85 locations in Alberta, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:41 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Ladislav Schmid with you here in our Sports 1440 studios. Time now for In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast air conditioning service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, installs with flexible financing. Book your appointment now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or are you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke, Letterbuck.
The soup du jour, to borrow your phrase from earlier, Kevin, news of, well, it's past couple days, but official now as Chris Knoblauch is out as the head coach of the Edmonton Oilers with the understanding, and I get it, flooding the text message. It's been all over socials, our text line, as we've talked about this. The understanding, all coaches, regardless of sport or wherever else, are hired to be fired. It's the nature of the business. With his track record since taking over the job with Edmonton, it is not fair that Chris Knoblauch is no longer employed by the team.
Well, you have to agree with this. You have to be in because the only coach that has a better track record in the last 3 years is who? Paul Maurice.
Yeah, pretty easy to say.
I mean, who? I mean, I don't know who they're.
The numbers speak louder
for record.
Is it fair? Like fair, right?
Listen,
Like that's the
life's not fair. We all know
yeah.
this, but when you talk about what he's accomplished, what the team has accomplished, and until like the past 2 years, we were singing this guy's praises for everything from pushing buttons, lineup decisions, all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was a down year for the entire team, almost from start to finish, with very few peaks between the valleys. And then you factor in the nature of what the last 48 hours have entailed. And I'm sorry, like you can chastise me. I feel comfortable saying that it is not fair, or at least it's not right.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be in because again,
I'm in, man.
So Paul Maurice in the last, who are the coaches in the last 3 years? What do they got? And I guess this year's still up for grabs, right, Duke? I mean, you could still say someone as far as a head coach if they win the Stanley Cup, and you add on to that resume. But if you're talking about right now, I mean, so he's got 2 final appearances and he lost in the first round. Paul Maurice is never made the playoffs and won 2 cups. So that's head and shoulders above Knoblauch. But right now, who's better than that resume? What's better than that resume?
No, I cannot think.
I mean, obviously, you're not, you wouldn't say Marty St. Louis. You're not saying Lindy Ruff. You're not saying, obviously, well, Torts doesn't count. You're not saying Joel Quenneville. I mean, maybe the only other guy you would bring into this mix is Rod Brindamore. But they haven't won nothing.
They come up short in conference finals and in pretty spectacular fashion more often than not, right? So it's I firmly believe that Chris Knoblauch will get another head coaching job.
Oh, he will.
Even when you look at the Jay Woodcroft comparison, and he, despite having a ton of success himself, not playoff success to the extent that we've seen Knoblauch have, of course, with the trips to the Cup finals, but a ton of like the winning percentage, the points put up by his players, all these things. He still hasn't landed as a head coach elsewhere. I firmly believe that Chris Knoblauch will, whether that be going into this next season or another year or two down the line, I don't know. But yeah, I think he has a lot to offer. Just didn't work out here in Edmonton. And I think, as you both pointed out so many times, there's a lot more blame to go around than just on the shoulders of the head coach. Yeah, and that's almost always the case, right? Regardless of who's getting fired and in what team, but they're usually the first head to roll, as unfortunate as it is. Looking ahead, team needs a new head coach now. This entire cycle we've been on the past couple of days has been about, or started with, the team's pursuit of Bruce Cassidy, the former Vegas Golden Knights head coach, winning a Stanley Cup there with Boston many years prior to that. I'm so like they still have, as far as we know, not been granted permission to interview him, to hire him, as far as it goes in line. But I do think he will be Edmonton's next head coach.
Got to be in, lad. I mean, they wouldn't have gone down this path.
Yeah, but 100%. But what about Toronto?
What about the Kings?
I don't.
Where's he got the best chance to win?
It's here.
Yeah,
it's no doubt.
100%. But if somebody's gonna throw tons of money at you,
what if someone threw a 4-year, $10 million contract, and the Oilers? I mean, they're going to go 5 and change, 6.
Yeah,
and
I don't know. I want to believe it. I think it would be a good fit. So I'm gonna be in.
Yeah,
I'm hoping. I think it needs to be somebody with the resume. He won the Stanley Cup, won Jack Adams, big name, coached Boston, Vegas, and it needs to be somebody they're gonna respect. And I feel like he can be pretty direct with players. So
do you say you would agree with our friend Bob Stauffer's tweet from 50 minutes ago?
Oh, because he knows
the Oilers will target an experienced head coach with gravitas who has a history of having structure and process in his team's game and has won before.
So the only other guy that's out there is Laviolette.
You don't think Craig Berube fits that? Well, and we talked about Berube yesterday, Laddie, after the news came down.
Man, I don't think that they would go that route. I don't think so, man. I like Craig Berube, but I don't think that would be that would be a good fit for Edmonton. and him.
It's
I
like,
just don't- I just don't believe it.
with this being the reason that this whole thing started, and let's be frank, regardless of getting Cassie or not, they were ready to move on from Chris Knoblauch. That is evident, and it's just really spiraled here in the past couple of days. The only way I think they will be denied this is if Vegas somehow just does not let it happen in the form of withholding permission, which would be crazy, but I guess is, according to Frank, is very much within their right to do until the contract would expire.
It's not that crazy it's this division rival. Like you're giving them, like it's like I feel like you should be able to coach forever. Like hopefully they will give him the permission, but it's not that crazy to think about it. Like it's your
when
division
you talk
rival.
about Vegas as an organization, it's really not. When you look at some of the things they've done in the past,
Exactly.
They're the ruthless. They don't care about making friends. They have one sole intent, and if in their eyes their best path to winning in the future is just having Bruce Cassidy on their payroll for $4.5 million and not coaching in division for a rival team, I guess that's within their right.
Yeah, but it might piss off some people, like or
A
the
lot
coach,
of people.
all the other coaches. They're
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh, well, so this is what they're gonna be doing. So maybe that's gonna make them think twice about before they're gonna accept any role with them. Maybe down the road, like it can bite them in the butt, but it's their own right. They have him on the payroll.
Yeah.
But yeah, the rivalry that plays a role in it. I feel like, or the same division.
A lot of Oilers fans, and we've seen it on the text line, same over the past couple of days in a large amount, they're now more concerned about the future of Connor McDavid because of another coach cycling out and his future with the organization. I just don't think the timeline, and you guys touched on this a little bit last segment, that this timeline of Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers and their crossing paths, I don't think it has changed because of this coaching change necessarily.
Yeah, it's the same to me.
Yeah.
He's in the same boat, and he's going to decide here. And that was the decision why he did the 2-year contract. So
yeah, and because just the reason I bring this up is because we fielded the text all morning.
Yeah.
It's like, does Connor McDavid want out now? Like, is he going to go to Jeff Jackson or Daryl Cates this afternoon because of this and say, you know what, I don't want to play these 2 bargain years of money on this deal. I'm demanding a trade. That's not happening, right?
No, it's. I don't think it's happening. I think if anything, there is more pressure on the management to build.
Which
the
is
team,
crazy to say
build the
because there
team.
was already so much pressure on them,
I
and
know.
now it's just dialed up to 11.
It's high, but man, it is what it is. You have to build a team around him, and like they're gonna have to figure out. That's why I would never want to be a GM. You have to be thinking so many steps ahead and all that, but not gonna be easy. But I think all the pressure is, not unfortunately, it is what it is. Like there's pressure in every job, but more so here in Edmonton. Let's be honest. They didn't help themselves with the whole coaching situation either. But yeah, I agree with you, man. The timeline hasn't changed one bit. He's gonna see. Can they
make
is
the
it
changes?
bad to, yeah, is it
Can
bad
they
to
shore
say?
up?
Can they give me the team I need to win the Stanley Cup kind of thing?
Yeah. Around the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs, which are still going on, despite the first 3 hours of the show might indicate. Two games tonight. Just some simple predictions on the results. I think the Sabres win on home ice, take a 3-2 series lead over the Habs, and hey, bias all rolled in here. I think the Ducks they do win on home ice as well and force a decisive Game 7 back in Las Vegas.
Okay,
what?
I'm gonna go with Vegas closing it.
Oh,
sorry.
And you're going with Montreal too, aren't you?
And I gotta go with Montreal, man.
I
just feel like they have been slightly better than Buffalo. I don't know. I have a better and I'm not like cheering for Canadians. Don't get me wrong. Like I want Buffalo to succeed, but I don't know what it is. I just feel I like Montreal in that series just a tiny bit better.
What about? Do you think to me this is all on Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen?
Yeah.
Like I mean he's the reason they won Game 4.
And sometimes you're gonna need goalies steal it,
Yeah.
right? But I honestly I have that feeling that Montreal will succeed, and so will Vegas today. Even
Okay.
though Vegas they're like up and down, but they have those guys, man. They have and don't get me wrong, they like Ducks are playing really good hockey, like really good hockey. But Vegas has that winning experience, and they have those clutch players, and they can score in the right moments. I don't know.
I just want to see a game 7, so I'm going to be with the Duke on the Vegas.
Especially the fact the other two series we saw.
Look, he's a cripple.
We see. I'm hurt, laddie. Can't you throw me a bone?
He's a cripple. Look at him,
dude. I said I feel bad for saying that. That's an internal feeling. I'm not gonna, like it's. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't.
But
Kevin just feels bad for you because you're rocking
can't
a
golf.
crotch.
He can't do anything.
I'm just gonna be sitting at home tonight,
about-
ice on the knee,
His sex life
watching the
is
Ducks
on
win.
Isn't over now for another month or two.
Yeah.
He's
shelf.
taking
I'm
the
shelf.
crutch into bed with him.
I'm shelf.
All right, honey.
Finally, actually, it's funny, laddie. Before we get to the last question, one of the it is National Online Romance Day. I was thinking about using that for the 5th question, and then Josh says, "You really want to open that door for laddie to just attack you?" And I said he's going to attack me anyway, whether I have that question or not. So
don't listen to him.
I didn't.
He's a rookie.
I couldn't come up with a way to make a question out of it. So instead, we're going to this day, 1998. He'll show all three of us in studio love Seinfeld. The finale airs. Over 76 million people watched this on NBC when it debuted. The finale, very polarizing, 2-part. Among fans, critics alike. Some people think it's great. Others think it is among the very worst that has ever been aired. I think Josh Fenwick said that earlier in studio. I don't think it's perfect, but it was a good series finale for what is one of TV's all-time best programs.
Laddie
I cannot,
hasn't seen it.
And that's so laddie. I'm sorry. I'm shocked
to.
by this.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Me too.
I did not know.
Yeah, sorry. So I'll leave it up to the expert.
So I'm going to be in because it was okay for me. So that's good. It was just okay. And I mean, it started.
I have a
it
problem.
started with the show about being nothing, and it ended by saying, when they're sitting in jail and saying, "See that button right there."
Yeah, it goes back to the first episode, which was like one of the talks about the placement of the button, the second button on the shirt.
Okay, guys. So it's one of the greatest sitcoms ever.
It is.
And you're saying the finale is just okay.
But I think that matters when you have a really good show. Sticking the landing is difficult. I think very few shows have done it well.
What about Game of Thrones?
Well, you said that's more in my line of thinking that it's probably one of the worst finales ever. And I actually didn't even hate it as much as some others do, but it definitely, the whole last season was such a letdown compared to what we'd been treated to previously. Whereas Seinfeld, it remained pretty consistent. It obviously had its peak, but otherwise, it's tough to live up to your own billing, right? When you have a show that's that good for that many seasons, you're going to almost be a disappointment no matter what in the conclusion of it. Like, I think the best finale of a series I've watched is Breaking Bad. I think Better Call Saul was really good as well, which, same guy running it, so it makes a little sense. And there are others as well.
It doesn't have to be a sitcom, does it?
No,
Just
no.
Any series.
Any series. And those, the two I mentioned are dramas, and to Game of Thrones is too, the fantasy drama. But I just think for Seinfeld, it was fine.
Yeah.
It didn't blow me away. And it's not something you're writing home about, but it wrapped up the series in an appropriate
And then I
manner.
think on Curb Your Enthusiasm, they made fun of him. Like they poked,
They poked fun at them.
themselves.
Yeah.
Because they said, this is how it should ended, right? So no, I thought it was, and even
I have to watch it to see for myself.
Yeah. So have you seen, you haven't, because it's a 2-part series.
I haven't.
Two-part
I haven't.
episode.
I haven't yet.
Yeah. So what happened? Just quick Reader's Digest. They bring everyone back,
all the side characters, all the little
Because
one episode appearances that people make. They all
got
come
charged.
back.
All 4 of them got charged for what's the name?
It's a brand new law in whatever it was, Massachusetts. The
Latham,
bystander.
Yeah,
the bystander
Latham,
law.
Massachusetts, where you don't help out a fellow.
They see a guy getting robbed and they stand there and don't do anything and actually make fun of him. And so then they get charged with bystander, like being a bystander. And so they bring back all these characters and they all testify saying, yeah, this is what they did to me, why they're terrible people, on and on and on. And it is I enjoyed that part specifically because it takes you back and also brings to light how bad of people these 4 characters really are.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun.
Very selfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, very selfish.
Good stuff. That's In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. Check them out at prosolutionsinc.ca. So, laddie, you're on your way to
ball hockey. Already getting texts. Gotta go.
What do you mean? From who?
Brienne.
Oh, really? Well, Bree takes care of. She cracks the whip on you guys.
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what the Oilers
And it is
behind the bench.
The other thing too, I assume, is this outside?
No.
Oh,
of
okay.
course.
So I thought, well, because
No,
it's crappy weather.
Oh, thanks.
The Good Samaritan Law, Duke. The Good Samaritan Law. Thanks, Slurpee Sean. All right, laddie. We'll see you next Thursday, regular time.
Yeah, regular time, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Have
See
a
you,
good
boys.
one. Thanks, laddie. That's Ladis/Mead, our co-host on Thursdays. Top of the hour, we're going to join Stan Bowman's media availability. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand. High-quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
In case you missed it earlier this morning, Edmonton Oilers making it official. They have relieved head coach Chris Knoblauch of his duties with the team after just under 3 years with the club. Assistant coach Mark Stewart has also been let go. We're going to hear from general manager Stan Bowman right here on Sports 1440 at the top of the hour. Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Sabres hosting the Habs with a 3-2 series lead on the line, tied at 2 currently. And the Anaheim Ducks will try and keep their year alive. They're at home against Vegas, trailing their best of 7, 3-2. PWHL Walter Cup Finals kick off tonight with Ottawa in Montreal. Off day for the Blue Jays before they start a set against Detroit. But elsewhere, Orioles hosting the Yankees. Phillies are in Boston. And from the Players' Championship in Philadelphia, currently Aldrich Potgeider atop the leaderboard. He's at 3 under, concluding his round. Coming up on Sports 1440, we will hear from general manager of the Edmonton Oilers, Stan Bowman, and be joined by Bill Hoppy from Buffalo Hockey Beat covering the Sabres. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, the Stingray radio station. CHJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
A lot of you love hockey season. But when it comes to construction season, you're not as excited unless you work for GS Construction. It's true. As one season is winding down, ours is winding up with all sorts of great projects to make the city we live in better. And our team is hiring. GS Construction is scouting for pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. So if you want to score a great job, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Millions and millions of Canadians do not have a doctor. We have a crisis. Canada's Medical Clinic is opening clinics across Canada to allow everyone to have a doctor to call their own. Early detection saves lives. We've got some great news. You can call now and book an appointment with your new doctor. canadasmedicalclinic.com. And more good news. Canada's Medical Clinic Windermere is also now a walk-in clinic. We'll see you there.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
The big program, 10:02 in Edmonton. Edmonton Oilers general manager Stan Bowman is holding a virtual Zoom media availability, and I think it is just getting going. And are we ready to take it now, Duke? We'll try to get that going for you. Yeah, they're just about a minute away. So they're introing them right now. Duke will let me know when Stan gets his first question. But the Oilers made it official this morning, firing Chris Knoblauch and Mark Stewart. Knoblauch came into the Oilers organization in 23-24, taking over for Jay Woodcroft. He won 46 games in 69 games, 46 wins in 69 games, lost in the finals, of course. Next season, won 48 games, lost in the finals again. and was fired this morning officially. Here's Stan Bowman.
You looking for me or Mark? Because it just asked me to unmute.
Mark Spectre. My apologies, Robert. I will lower that. Go ahead, Mark. Mark looks like he left the room there. We'll go to Rob Tichkowski. Mark, we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Rob.
All right. Hi, Stan. I guess the obvious question would be why would you sign a coach to a 3-year contract extension and then fire him before that extension begins? What did you see then versus what you see now?
Sure. I'll get to that in one moment. I just want to start by welcoming everyone. Thank you for taking the time here. And I want to start by thanking Chris Knoblauch and Mark Stewart for their hard work. They're excellent coaches, tremendous guys. They did everything they could every day. They're really hard workers, and I enjoyed my experience with them. These are tough decisions. I wish them nothing but the best going forward. I think they're really good hockey minds, and they have a bright future. So to answer your question, this is a tough decision, no question. Looking back at the way we ended the previous season, falling just short of the Stanley Cup, and the 2 seasons that Chris had with the team, it was it was a decision we made that we felt that he had earned that contract extension. And then as this season went on, at the end of the year, when I met with the group in the media and my availability, I mentioned that we were going to do a thorough review. And then to try to understand, how we got to this point. We had a disappointing end to our season, losing in the first round. And when you take the season as a whole, it was a year we never were able to get going. It wasn't just a slow start or maybe a tough stretch in the middle of the year. Like, those things happen to all teams. You have some ups and downs, but we didn't have a lot of ups this year. We had, we were kind of right around the middle all year long. So when we performed our analysis and our review about where we headed as a team, we just felt that we needed a different voice to lead us to where we want to get to. So difficult decision without a doubt, but it was based upon the way this entire year played out, not just small sections or just the playoffs. It was really the total year.
So just to follow, the way that this thing was handled is being sort of heavily criticized as being, unprofessional, poorly handled. Is that fair? Do you guys wish that you would handle this a little bit differently, or is there a different perspective that it needs to be viewed from?
Well, the process we went forward with was what I talked about in my year-end availability, which was a full assessment and review. And those things take time. Like, it wasn't something we wanted to rush into. I don't believe there's value in making rash decisions in emotional times. There was disappointment when our season ended the way it did. But I think you have to set that aside and take your time, which is what we did. We did an evaluation of our whole operation, not just the coaching, but that was a big part of it. Trying to talk to a lot of different people, analyze what went well, what didn't. So those things take time. I understand that people want things to happen quicker, but it takes as long as it takes. And we wanted to do it justice by doing a thorough review, and that took time.
I will go to Mark Spectre. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, Stan, good morning. I think
Mark.
what Rob's referring to here is just the past few days. You took your time to decide that Chris Knoblauch wasn't going to stay on as head coach. But in the meantime, you guys obviously were talking to Vegas, trying to get permission on Bruce Cassidy. As a guy that took your team to 2 Stanley Cups and served this organization well, what are your thoughts on, I guess, the treatment he's had in his last week here with the organization?
Well, I'm not going to comment on media reports about other candidates. Like, that's not that's not appropriate to be doing that. I think what I can say is we didn't rush through this. We did an analysis, and like I said at the outset, Chris is a tremendous guy. I have a lot of respect for him as a person and as a coach, but we didn't make our decision until very recently. And then once that decision was made that we felt we had to make a change, then it was just a matter of, like, I believe it's important to meet with people in person rather than on the phone. So it was more of a logistical thing, that it took until late last night before Chris and I were able to actually sit down and talk it through. So that's unfortunate, but there was certainly no disrespect intended. We did a long review, and we didn't come to this decision until very recently.
I would follow up with you and Jeff take over an organization in 25 that had been to a cup at 104 points in 23-24. Your first season here, they got 101 points, probably a little further away from Florida. And last season you had 93. You fired a coach today who's taking you to 2 cups. I guess I have to ask questions, Stan. Where this organization, both Leon and Connor McDavid said this organization is going backwards. How does that accountability fall on management?
Well, I think we were definitely part to blame for where we are today. I don't think that's we're not trying to hide from that. I think when a team doesn't have success, there's usually multiple reasons for that. It's typically not just the coach or just the players or just the management. In my experience of being in hockey for many years, teams that don't have success, there's usually culpability in a lot of different areas. So there's no question that was the case here. We have a team where we had players that didn't perform to the level they should. We had players that I brought in that didn't perform to the level that we expected them to. So that's on myself. And then, so there's blame to be had by all of us, myself included. And part of that review that we did was to examine how do we get to this point. And but in that conversation, there was the discussion of, where are we at now, and do we have the belief that maybe a different voice would be able to tap into the players that we have to a different degree and get us to another level. And that's the decision that we made. So this is not all on Chris Knoblauch and Mark Stewart. That's not the case. But in the assessment, we believe that there can be some better performances from players here, and we need that for our team to be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry about that. I was muted. We'll go to Ryan Rashog. Go ahead, Ryan.
Just making sure you can hear me, Stan?
Yes, I can.
All right, thanks. So I know you don't want to comment on the specific report that came out the other day, Stan, but just kind of for some clarification on what would be a normal scenario, would you, in an off season, would you engage in looking at who the next coach might be before you have finalized your affairs with your current head coach? Would that be did you, I guess, is the question, whether you want to be specific about who it might have been, and would that be considered normal practice, day to day, to start looking into new head coaches before you've relieved your current head coach?
Well, I know we did cover this, Ryan, but and I understand you want sort of a behind the scenes breakdown on what happened. But again, I'm going to say what we did is when our season finished, we committed to everyone that we were going to do a thorough review, and that's what we did. And that involved a lot of different things, talking to players, talking to people in front office, also looking at the different underlying numbers of our team. And in that process, we came to the decision that we thought a change was needed. So as far as these other rumors and these speculation on how exactly things played out, I don't think it's proper to go into that. I think I can tell you that we did a thorough review of our operations, and we felt that a change was necessary for us to take that next step.
It's clear that improvement is required, right? McDavid and Draisaitl talked about it. You guys all talked about it at the end of the season. I understand, like, what do you view as the pathway to coming out ahead of where you finished this year, given a lot of the to-do list maybe is about returning similar assets, like whether it's, Ingram or Murphy or Dickinson, or, a lot of it potentially centers bringing guys back that were part of the group that wasn't good enough. So what do you view as potentially new or different that allows you to not just be the same, but to improve?
Well, I think there's a few different ways to improve, Ryan. Like, you can certainly bring new players in. That's possible. Or you can bring a lot of the same players back, but, emphasize different things about the way that you want to play and I guess it's a system of play that your team plays. So that's certainly in the coaching realm. But also, the type of team that taking the players that you have and utilizing their talents in the best way. So that's part of this next phase. Like, once we get beyond this here, our attention turns to, speaking to coaches, and we plan to, do a wide search and talk to a number of coaches to understand their philosophies on what they would see and envision with our team, with the current group, as well as what other types of players that they think are going to help them play their system to the best. And then, do we have those players? Can we acquire those players? So that's going to be the next phase. Is there has to be an alignment there between the strengths of a coach. Not every coach coaches the same way. There are different styles to be successful. And if you look around at the NHL and the teams that are having success this year in the playoffs, they have different ways of doing it. So there's not one methodology, but I think there has to be a methodology that matches up with the core group of players that we have. Like, we're not going to be changing out a significant portion of our roster. So when you take a look at those players, what they do well, and then you start talking to coaches about how they envision using those players, and you have to listen. And then you have to choose the one that you think is going to be able to maximize the players. So that's yet to play out, but that's next on the horizon for us.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll go to Jason Gregor. Go ahead, Jason.
So Stan, good morning. If
Good morning.
you look at what Chris did, and obviously had success this past year, I don't think he had as good a year. Players didn't have as good a year. So what specific are you looking different in how you feel your team needs to play moving forward?
I think we weren't able to build a consistent game this year. There were times when, I guess the one consistent thing was our power play throughout the year. That was consistently good, which is that was a strength. After that, it was a bit of a mixed bag. I think we had elements of it. There were times we showed that we could be a strong defensive team, but it was very in and out. There were times when we could score a lot of goals, but there were times when also we struggled to score early on. So there wasn't anything that was able to be a foundational piece beside the power play. And I think that's what we need more. Like, you need to have sort of your hallmark as a team that you can, when things do start to slip a little bit in a season, what's your baseline that you can always go back to? I don't think we had that. We had a power play, but that's, you sometimes don't get many power plays. So to have that be your foundational piece, it wasn't really, it wasn't good enough to get us to where we had to be. So I think we have to build that. We have to find that. What could it be? That's going to be up to the coach. That's really more of a coaching thing.
And if you look at your team, when Chris got hired that first year, they came in, they're like top 5 and virtually lots of defensive metrics. Then the penalty kill came in the playoffs and was out of this world, and you lost in game 7. Since then, there's been a slow erosion. There's stretches where the team can play good defensively. And a lot of times, and Draisaitl and McDavid and others even admitted that their focus isn't there. So how are you certain that a new coach can last in that? How much of it comes from the players within to need to be better committed defensively as a group?
Well, you're right. At the end of the day, the coaches aren't on the ice. The players are on the ice doing it. So, yes, it's true that, but part of it is how can you, whether it's hold them accountable or how can you enforce that to a greater degree so you get more, whether the word is compliance or you get more consistent performance. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, it is the players who are jumping over the boards and making things happen or not. So when they've shown they can do it, but they don't always do it, then the question is, well, how can we get there? Is it, you could say, well, then you just change out the players. I guess that could be one approach. But the other approach is, can you find a coach that can, get the most out of those guys? And I think that's what we're looking for.
And one last one quickly. This group, the players, they desperately want to win. Everybody around the league knows that. Does the internal pressure knob at times need to be turned down? That, if you're striving so bad to get to the Stanley Cup, that sometimes you get misguided in how you go there.
That's an interesting insight, Jason. I do think there's an element to that. And I guess what I would say is I've learned over time that when you focus on the result, it's different than if you can focus on the process, because eventually the process, not always, will lead to the result, but the process is what gives you the best chance to have the result that you all want. So I think you're right. It's no secret how desperate this group that's been here is to winning. Like, they want it. They're so driven. But I think when you're focusing just on that last step of the process, then that's not the best way to do it. And it's challenging, but I think what we have to do a better job of, all of us, not just the players or the coaches, but management, is focus on the process. Because if we can get that right, the results typically will come from that, but not always. Like, there's an element of randomness to sport. There's an element of luck. There's an element of bounces. So, but I think when you only focus on the result, it's not the best way to approach it. So that is something that we've talked about a lot in the last couple weeks here, is we have to focus on the process of getting ourselves there. And I think we saw that this year, where it's like we had this up and down regular season, but we're just going to be able to, when we know when the time matters most, we'll flip that switch and be ready to go. Well, I think we saw it doesn't work that way. You got to have your process has to sort of set the table for where you're headed. And that's something that we're going to focus on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. We will go to Derek Van Dies. Go ahead, Derek.
Hey, Stan, thanks for doing this. I just want to ask you, do you have a timeline of when you want to have a coach in place? Do you want to have him in place by the draft, or how much time are we looking at? Or are we kind of seeing where a certain coach might end up, or what's the situation with that?
I don't have a timeline on it. I mean, my simple answer would be we're going to go through a process like I just spoke about, but we're not looking to drag this out, but it'll take as long as it takes. And I don't know that yet. We're not going to rush into anything in the next couple of days here, but I think we are going to let that play out. So, we're not going to stretch it out any longer than it needs to be. Whether that's a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, I don't know that. We'll get to that when it plays out.
And I also wanted to ask you, was there kind of a difference in philosophies in management and coaching where it came to player personnel? Maybe you wanted a certain player played more, or like Tristan Jarry came in here. He's supposed to be the starter. He wasn't the starter. Were you guys on the same page, or was there kind of a difference in opinions when it came to lineup and personnel?
I don't know if that was a big issue. I mean, I think I've always operated that at the end of the day, the coach has to coach the way he believes is like they've got to win the game that night. And it gets difficult when you start mandating coaches they have to play certain players in certain roles or certain minutes, because then if things don't go well, you can't hold them accountable. But I think, we didn't do that. It was they're not always totally in sync, but I don't know that I don't think any team around the league is exactly in sync. I don't know if that was a big issue. I mean, there's certainly some players that I think, their roles maybe weren't what they should have been, but I don't think that wasn't like an overriding issue. I think that there's that balance between collaboration, which I think we did have. But at the end of the day, the coach has to do what he believes is best. And then from there, the results are judged. And, that's how we got to this point.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Derek. We'll go to Reed Wilkins. Go ahead, Reed.
Thanks, Jamie. Hi, Stan. Stan,
Hello.
as I'm sure you know, a lot was made of what Leon and Connor said in their end of season availabilities about the direction of the team and the team not being as good as it was a couple of years ago. Are Leon and Connor consulted, included, checked with at any point in the process of hiring a new coach?
Like moving forward, you mean, or like
from today onward, yeah.
We certainly will talk to them, but like they don't want to be choosing coaches. Like that's not their role, and they're in a different category than just a regular player. Like they're elite players that know this team, know their game, and know what. So I think we'll have conversations with them, but they're not choosing coaches. Number one, they don't want to do that. Like they don't have the depth of knowledge of what how to interact with a coach and a manager. Like there's a lot of elements to that they're just not privy to, and they don't want the pressure of choosing a coach. So they're not going to be picking the coach. But certainly I think they will have conversations as we go through it, but like they're not going to be in on the interviews or anything like that. I think it's more just sort of more general things about their game and about our team in general. And so yes, we'll talk to them, but they're not going to be in the decision making.
And then just for clarity, this was just Knoblauch and Stewart today. The other members of the coaching staff remain with the Oilers, and then I suppose their future is determined by the eventual new head coach.
That's right. Yep. Exactly. So we'll see where that goes, but you summarized it well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Reed. We'll go to the voice of the Oilers, Jack Michaels. Go ahead, Jack.
Thanks, Jamie. Stan, how much of this is kind of the inevitability of pro sports, where a general manager at some point, especially with a certain window in front of them, wants their guy? I mean, how much of this has not necessarily anything to do with what Chris didn't do, but you being perfectly aligned and having the opportunity to select your own head coach, as any general manager in any major sport, would look to do at some point?
Yeah, there's an element of that, Jack, but I think more so what you started out by saying, which is this is the element of sports that's the toughest part, which is like when Chris came into the Oilers, he was the perfect coach at that time. He's exactly what that group needed to take them to, almost the Stanley Cup, game 7 and then game 6. But as time passes, things change. Like things change for the coach themselves, but the players change, and even the players that are here, they evolve. Like they get a couple years older, they need maybe different things. And so what worked 1 year or a couple years, if it doesn't continue to work, then that's where we are in the results business. So I think there's an element of that at play here, which is, at this moment in time where we are sitting here today talking, we made the decision that we think a different voice can help us get to that next level. And that is essentially the element of sports.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I know we're going to go to Jim Matheson, but before we go to Jim, we'll allow a few follow-ups after Jim, but we've gone almost half an hour here, folks, so we'll start to begin to wrap it up. But with that, we'll go to Jim Matheson. Go ahead, Jim. Jim, are you there? Going once. Okay, we will go to some follow-ups. We'll start with Mark Spectre. Go ahead, Mark.
Can you hear me? Here we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Stan, you've alluded to some of this, but I wanted to kind of compact it if you don't mind. You talked about your team's hallmark and how you needed a hallmark, and that's sound and your process. I would say no one ever looked at this team and said, we can't score enough. We all know you score enough. Everybody knows that. It all, in our opinion, certainly, it all revolves around your ability to summon the proper defensive play when that time is needed, to be able to keep pucks out of your net. It's not about putting the other team's net. So my question is this: does that have to start at the very top of your lineup? Your top players, Draisaitl, McDavid, Bouchard, all had good years offensively, but not good years defensively. Does it have to start with your leaders to find the defensive game you're seeking here?
I think that would help. Yeah, there's no question that, there's always that give and take I've been fortunate to be around elite offensive players. And, there is that fine line they do things that no one else can do. And, there is an element of risk to that. So I think it's calibrating that right is the Midas touch. How can you not take away from what they can do that no one else can do? But you're right. There's elements of their game that at times that wasn't a strength. So that would help without a doubt. And it's not just those guys. I think it goes across the lineup. I think sometimes I've also seen this, when you have a team with some elite offensive players and you're around those guys every day, watching them in practice, and you're on the bench watching them do this in games, you start to think, well, maybe I can try that. And then you got players that don't have the ability to pull it off at nearly the success rate that the top guys do. And then they start trying to play that way. And then that's a bad combination. So I think you're right, Mark. It's there's an element of that. I don't want to say it's just on them, though. I think that they can improve that part of their game, and I think our team in general can and needs to if we want to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll finish with how we started here. Rob Tychkowski, final question.
Hi, Stan. If you look around at some of the other elite teams in the league, like Florida, Tampa, Carolina, Colorado, and they have coaches that have been in place for 5, 8, 10, 14 years. What does it say about what's going on in Edmonton? And is it a concern that this is now 6 coaches in 12 years?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I can't really speak to what happened before I got here. I think I'm just trying to react to in the moment here of where we are and what I think our team needed. I think continuity is good for sure. I think with continuity, usually where there's continuity, there's success. So, and we have had success here. So recently, before that, I can't speak as much to that, but it's a fair point that stability is a good thing. And obviously that's something we have in mind. Whoever we choose to come in here, you're hoping it can be a long relationship. And, that's the goal, because I think stability is a good thing. So But you have to react to where we are today and what we think will get us to that next level. And we felt that this was a necessary step.
All right, thank you.
I do see that Jim has unmuted himself there. So actually, Jim, go ahead if you do have your question there.
Stan, I have a couple of questions. One, there was also a report that Evan Bouchard played in the playoffs with a concussion. Is that so?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. And the other question I have is, do we let the players off the hook a little bit here? You've got 4 players who've been here, Darnell, Connor, Leon, Nugent Hopkins, for a long time, and they keep getting different coaches. At what point do the players have to say, instead of, this is on us too, do they have to take some ownership for this and say, enough, we've had too many coaches, this is on us to win a Stanley Cup?
There's probably an element of accountability that's always good, like self-accountability. And I think, my experience talking to those players, they recognize that when you don't reach your desired goals, that you do have to find a way to be better. So that was my experience talking to them. I think there was, frustration and disappointment with this year. I don't think anybody was walking out feeling great about where the team is. So I think, yes, to answer your question, there's an element of responsibility that's necessary. And hopefully the new coach can bring that out of these players.
Thank you.
And with that, we will end today's media availability with Stan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating.
Well, thanks, Duke, for fixing everything at the start there. We got, I think, basically the bulk of that whole Stan Bowman media availability. Thanks to Jamie Cartmell. Thanks to all the reporters that were down there. To be honest, I mean, that was like a big nothing burger for me. I got nothing out of it. He didn't say anything, didn't say much at all, besides saying that, we needed a different voice. I got nothing from Stan Bowman in this last 30 plus minutes. He never answered any questions. He did say that the one part that the players that I brought in didn't work out, and that's a fact, and that has to be fixed. But I got absolutely nothing from that. And I mean, the reporters that asked him repeatedly about how this was handled the last 48 hours and how this organization from afar and in town looked very poor and looked like it could not get out of its own way. Those questions were not answered, not even tiptoed around. Well, I can't comment on media reports with other coaches. I can't comment on, the fact that we're trying to get a hold of Bruce Cassidy. I can't comment on Vegas and, quite possibly Vegas leaking the story that came out 48 hours ago. The thing kept coming back to his media end of year availability, where he kept saying about, well, it's a thorough process. We're going to be doing all this. Now, the most hilarious part that I thought was an interview that Chris Knoblauch did at the beginning of the year, where he said, one of our things this year is we want to focus on not just the result of getting back to the Stanley Cup final, because we didn't enjoy it last year. And Stan said the same thing here. It was just reiterating what Chris Knoblauch said. Focus on the result. That's what they felt that they were doing, not on the process. And if you think about and get back to what Chris Knoblauch said at the beginning of the year, that's what he said. Because last year they didn't enjoy it. It was such a tough thing because of what happened in Game 7 the year prior, that they didn't focus on that. And that's what Chris said this year, not Stan. That's what Chris said at the beginning of the year. I think we're up against, we've got to take a quick break, reload. We'll get to some of your texts. I think a lot of them are similar to what I've said here. Not very happy with Stan Bowman's media availability and what he said just moments ago. It's a Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Our new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more. Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact because our team is built on second chances and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit hiregood.ca or call and mention Jason Greger for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
Contractors, spring cleanup is coming. It's time to get your lawnmowers, aerators, power rakes, lawn vacs, and more serviced at the Lawnmower Hospital. Hey, the longer you wait, the longer you'll have to wait in line later. Their service department gets crazy busy as the season rolls on, so get in now while it's calm. For quick service on top brands like Bluebird, Ryan Turf, Husqvarna, and more, check out lawnmowerhosp.com.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on. Your favorite teams, your favorite sports. This spring, catch all the action at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house. Plus, the perfect playoff menu with something for every sports fan, including daily food and drink features. From great goals to thrilling three-pointers to huge home runs. Spring brings the best to the big screens at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Your game,
Your station, Sports 1440.
and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1041 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on a Thursday morning. Just wrapped up Stan Bowman's media availability. It was a Zoom call with members of the media asking questions for approximately a half an hour. And as I said before the break, I got nothing from Stan Bowman's comments, nothing. He was pressed on, did you look at hiring or exploring other coaches before firing Chris Knoblauch? He would not comment on that. I guess really when you look at the bigger picture, when he said that he felt about Chris Knoblauch that he earned that extension. He was the perfect coach, he called him. The perfect coach that when he came in, 2 years and 60 games ago plus or whatever, he was the perfect coach to coach his team at that point, but not anymore. He did confirm that there was no concussion. He said he was no concussion for Evan Bouchard. That's the other thing that came out that people were wondering about. As you can imagine, our text line is extremely busy, and it is not a very good place to be if you're the Oilers or Stan Bowman. As I said, this is kind of like the icing on the cake here, and it's a bad tasting icing for an unacceptable week for an organization to handle business. I think to start kind of at the bottom here because, and hopefully we can get to a lot of them. Terry goes, just bang. Sorry, Stan. We have no respect for you. Derek, can this guy ever get a straight answer? Give a straight answer. First, the season-ending interview. Now this. He's not the man for the job. Kyle says, Stan, Trudeau, Bowman, completely avoiding answering any question. Bowman, just like a politician from Warren, not answering any questions. Someone in management screwed up in leaking the information about the coaching change. Well, that could have came Warren from Vegas, which probably is how that happens, because that's the situation where Vegas has that they don't have to give permission to the Oilers to talk to Bruce Cassidy. Duff, what a load of crap from Bowman. Fire someone for his shortcomings. His lack of accountability is deeply disturbing. He hasn't improved this team at all. More destroyed it. IMAC was happy with Gregor's question. Dirk, good morning. Throw another coach under the bus on account of terrible management. Jana says, not even halfway through this availability, and I confidently have zero confidence in Stan Bowman. Kenny goes, the defensive responsibility you need from the top guys would not hinder their offense one bit, not at all. Ontario Momes. Knoblauch says, saying the team's identity was 97 and 29 was a very odd statement to start the year. One would think you would say hard to play against. Kind of need a new look at that one, Ontario. Darcy says, KK, good morning. The wrong guy got let go. This guy should have resigned. Thanks. Kevlar, not Stan's a goof, should be fired too. I mean, we could go on and on and on. I know we're not going to get to all of them, even in the last little bit. Penhold Ryan says, Stan knows he's done. I don't know. I have no clue how he feels where he is regarding his security, and that even of Jeff Jackson either. But to just recap his media availability, he said that Chris Knoblauch earned his extension, but went on to say there was no traction this year, which was just a same thing as what he talked about in his last availability year end. The only thing that he said, and it's the same thing that every general manager says after a coach gets fired. Well, we needed a different voice. That's the only thing he said that has any girth to it here. But he wouldn't comment on other media reports that other coaches would be looked at before Chris Knoblauch was fired. Gregor asked about the style of play from a coach not consistent with what the players want to do, except for the power play. He said we were consistent on that. Hey, let's bring in the Duke of Delburne just for a quick little mention here. Duke, I think that's most of it.
Yeah.
Our text line, there isn't one person that thought that this was a well thought out, answered media availability.
No, and most of the texts are really leaning into what you kind of said coming right out of it, that what do you take away from that? What can you take away from it? Nothing was said. It was just a lot of runaround answers that hit a lot of, cliches and keywords and catchphrases that we hear all the time from executives inside professional sports across the board. And the one thing that I think seems to be very repetitive inside our text line, is the lack of accountability on his part. And there was one text about nobody asked him about the pieces he was like, oh, that did get asked about, the team moving backwards, from the words of your two best players specifically, and his role in that, about the pieces he has brought in.
Like the question there should have been a question. So now, how are you going to salvage the Tristan Jarry trade, and how are you going to salvage the Trent Frederick extension moving forward?
Yeah, right. And you kind of, and I guess we'll maybe move forward with those topics, obviously, and then probably try and get some more answers from them as we progress. But yeah, it's just at no point was there. He refused to comment on the reports that the team requested to interview Bruce Cassidy. He didn't deny them. He just said he won't speak to it because he thinks it's not appropriate. So you can take from that, read between the lines a little bit, however you so choose. And then, there was nothing said. Yeah, we misread the acquisition of this player. And you don't want to throw a guy under the bus because he's still on the team. So I can understand that approach, but you also say, without naming names, we made some mistakes as a management group. We didn't give him the best. We didn't deal him the best hand to play on the table.
Yes, there you go.
Right. So
there's the perfect line. I didn't give him the best hand to play, but for moving forward, I've had a conversation with Trent Frederick. We think that there's something still here. I've had a conversation with Tristan Jarry at the end of the year. It was a player exit.
Here's the game plan to get things back on track.
We got to get something out of this, and then, but it's just all on the coach. Yeah, well, there's Ontario Moments says, how could no one bring up Kulak? And this is after his goal last night. And again, this is going to go down in one of the worst trades in franchise history if nothing happens next year, because nothing good happens. Man, I can't even get to most of our texts, but I think you guys can get to some of them in Fantasy Frenzy. But we'll take a quick break because we have one more break, I believe, Duke, and then we'll come back to wrap up the show. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle Auditions take 1 for Gene Principe. Hey, thanks for being on time.
I'm always punctual. Now, how about some cool beats while I drop the heat?
Ready when you are.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for AC season.
What's not to love with no interest and no Principe payments for 1 year?
Are you always like this?
Yep. Unlike Legacy, I never know when to cool it.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
Hear that? That's your entry calling. Go Auto is sending you to the biggest football event in the world, live in Vancouver, with tickets, flights, and a hotel stay for 2. To enter the contest, just text GAME to 780-777-7777. That's GAME to 780 all 7s. Go Auto, get in the game.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. Stan Bowman's Media Avail, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where the 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express packages, they're there. They've got all the bells and whistles, including the sports performance hood. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. Text 833-401-1440. Was there anything, Duke, that I missed on the text line? Because there was too many really to get going once we started rolling on them, but there was... Scott says should have cleaned house. I just don't know what the future is going forward with this team.
It's a little confusing right now, and I guess if there's any solace to take, if you're an Oilers fan, or those of us that talk about and cover this team kind of day-to-day basis, Kev, it's like, well, you still have Connor McDavid, you still have Leon Draisaitl, you still have Evan Bouchard as the core pieces of his team that are among the very best that the NHL has to offer. So take that for what it's worth. That there is Stan said, don't expect a huge turnover in player personnel. And we've kind of alluded to that over the past couple weeks since their elimination, because it's just too difficult to do. in today's NHL. Like what Frank mentioned it when he was on the Avalanche, right? Turn over like 11 players, both goaltenders. That is an anomaly. The Oilers don't have that flexibility with their contracts that they've signed people to. The trade protection, no movement clauses, the length of them, all these things come into play here when you're talking about Oilers, how they can turn things over. It's they're going to have a new head coach. They might have a whole new set of assistants. One for sure, because we know Mark Stewart was let go today alongside Chris Knoblauch. You still got a good foundation in place from a player perspective.
Yeah. Would you been able to tell, and no one asked, and maybe someone has asked him because you need to, when you're writing an article or whatever, do we know where Stan was today?
Looked like he was at the Oilers facility. His background had like the Oilers insignia and stuff behind him.
So to me, then that's again a bad move by the organization. You fire your coach, you have a GM availability. If he's at the Oilers facility, you have to have an in-person. You can't have a Zoom for 30 minutes. You have to have an in-person. And that's saying that he's here in town, Duke.
That's no confirmation, but that's just my best understanding of the Zoom image we got of Stan looked like at the Oilers boardroom or whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
You know, the only part of his whole 30 minutes of answering questions, you know, the only part that was, or you know, the best part of it all, when he called them switch flickers.
Yeah. Must be a listener, Kev.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's a listener.
You coined that phrase after all.
Yeah, they're switch flickers, and now Stan Bowman's calling them that. Eddie Steele texted me because he was listening. He said, like it's Stan, he's calling them switch flickers too. Well, it was a great hour, and I know you guys are going to keep going, and then we'll have low tide and everything. So coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Rochep T-Bird,
Connor Halley, and the Duke of Delburne. At 12 o'clock, we will continue our coverage with Alan Mitchell, the lowdown with low tide, and then Jason Greger from 2 till 6. And you can bet that there will be a lot of talk regarding things, what happened today and what's going to be happening moving forward with this Oilers organization. On that show, we've got Fox Sports all night long. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. And it's Golfing with the G-Man. Got to mention, too, we're going to have Lisa Vlusik on. That's Luke's mom, a world long drive champ, and she's been in Prince Albert the last few days watching her son. But golf hockey talk tomorrow at the 10 o'clock hour with Gary Meyer. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update, brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding. That's awswelding.ca. Hey, thanks, everyone, for the great texts. Thanks for listening. Keep the texts coming because the Duke and Conman are going to break things down and get more of your thoughts in the next hour for sure. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Until then, here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
In case you missed it this morning, Edmonton Oilers officially announcing the firing of head coach Chris Knoblauch, being let go from the team after just under 3 full seasons with the club, appearing in back-to-back Stanley Cup finals and a first-round playoff elimination this season. Assistant coach Mark Stewart was also let go. Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Montreal Canadiens and Buffalo Sabres will go at it from Western New York. Game number 5, series tied at 2 apiece. Puck drop just after 5 o'clock, and then nightcap, 7:30 start time for the Ducks and Golden Knights from Anaheim. Ducks looking to keep their season alive as they trail Vegas 3-2 in the best of 7. PWHL's Walter Cup Finals getting underway tonight with the Montreal Victoire hosting Ottawa in the Bell Province at 5 o'clock start time there. And in the majors, lighter day, Blue Jays not in action, but several games already underway, including the Pirates leading the Rockies 3-0 in top 2. Tigers and Mets set to get underway shortly. Still to come, Mariners are in Houston. Red Sox hosting the Phillies, and in the nightcap, the Dodgers wrap up their set against the Giants. From the PGA Championship in Pennsylvania, currently 3-way tie atop the leaderboard. Min Woo Lee, Stephen Jagger, and Aldrich Potgieter are all at 3 under. Potgieter wrapped up. Jagger and Lee currently playing 18. Coming up on Sports 1440. It is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.